Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, July 29th, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation, Spaceship Institute, Education Department, and part of Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'm your host today, as in the other Keshe Plasma Reactor groups of the past. And for about 6 years now, this group has been present. And we started off working with Keshe Plasma reactors and have branched off into all kinds of other topics as we've gone through the years and through different modes of operation. And sometimes the circle comes back around again and we revisit some of the older technologies that sometimes seem like they've been superseded, but yet they are just as valuable now as when they were initially presented. So it's just a matter of the focus of attention. And we've had a lot of attention on the co-virus situation in the past months, probably the last half of a year at least, 6 months, 7 months. And Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation has been very diligent in coming up with protocols and solutions for treating the co-virus, and has had great success in that, to the point that he's mentioned in the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace meeting yesterday, that the he'll make some big announcements on Thursday regarding, that's in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, regarding the relationship between the Iranians and the Keshe Foundation and the way they're working together in various hospitals and different locations in Iran to help alleviate the suffering there.
Rick, allowed Mark and others coming. I see new name and for making co-host someone.
Yeah, that's true. I need to do that. Thank you. I'll just make you co-host there, Mark. Thanks. Thanks. If that's okay. I'm assuming it's okay.
It is.
You can always let me know verbally or otherwise, if not. And I'll bring our other guests in too as panelists here. And yeah, so as I was saying, that sometimes these topics that come up come around again, basically. Mr. Keshe has revisited many topics and added to the knowledge when he comes back and looks at it again. And it may be the same spiral diagram, but with a whole new meaning to it, with different inferences and meanings behind it. So in that sense, I'd like to kind of have a look at one of the reasons why this group formed in the first place, which was because of the Keshe patent, which I was pretty impressed with when I first saw the Keshe patent. So I thought it might be good to have a look at some of the pictures out of the patent and some of the descriptions of the conditions and what they call the claims of the patent. Some of these may have actually been edited after these documents, so it might be before editing, I think, some of this, and some of the images may not have made it into the actual patent. This is from the original patent documents that Mr. Keshe released as part of what was the whole package, you might say. So let me just share this. I think I'll share as a desktop, yes. Okay, you should be able to see that. Desktop, I'm going to make this bigger. All right, so this is the first figure and the first two figures of. I'm not clear if these were the same ones that are in the patent. I don't recall these ones being in the patent, but we'll have a look at them anyway. And it's interesting because when this group first got started, we were trying to replicate these, what are called the gas reactors of Mr. Keshe that he was working with at that time, and as part of the Keshe patents. And we didn't even know about Ganses at that time, really. They were mentioned in the books, but it didn't really come up in the discussion of the plasma reactor with the gases at that time. So we're talking about gases as opposed to Ganses. So part of this, the whole thing about these reactors is they used gases in various layers, and the layers were controlled basically by the rotation of these reactors. And in these images you see here, there are various gases that are fed into the core of this reactor as it's rotating. So that was one of the tricky things. You can see this central tube here, for example, has various inputs available, different gases, and some of it is output and some of it's input. So you might want to vacuum certain areas of the chamber, and you might want to add gases to other parts, and so on and so forth. And this is a multi-layered example. And so there'll be an inner chamber and an outer chamber, and various gases that go into those. Now, let me just read part of the claims, the initial claims that were set up, that were intended for the patent. It's a method. It says a method and chemonuclear, bionuclear, and or biochemonuclear process by nuclear fusion or semi-fusion or combination of fusion and fission process to generate in a controlled way in a closed environment like a reactor, which has at least one cavity in an embodiment, and which can have opening and closing means, in which in a first stage specifically chosen initial materials are introduced, like gases or a mixture of gases, a vapor, a plasma, liquids, or mixture of liquids, or mixture of liquid gases and or solid materials inside a liquid and dark matter, or any mixture of all the 5 states of matter. such as 20% liquid, 20% solid, and 60% mixture of gases in a normal atmospheric condition, vacuum condition, or a mixture of both individually and two adjacent cores with the same intermediary wall, which, due to interactions stated below, condition in this claim by means of interaction of the radiation of specifically chosen radioactive sources with the said initial chemical or biological materials, or both, in the cavity, can lead to creation of internal pressure, temperature differences, passive 3D magnetic fields, current, dynamic motion, by the use in the second stage of a number of new subatomic and subnuclear particles and energies, atomic and molecular elements of the periodic table and their isotopes, which did not exist in the initial state in the environment, or which were not present in these quantities. All this without the use or need in the cavity or outside the cavity for, without the need or use in the cavity or outside the cavity for ultraviolet source, electromagnetic source, heat, introduction of pressure to an ambient condition, electronic devices or components like a capacitor, battery, resonance circuit, etc. Motion means. So that's without all those normal ways of activating. So, and without the use of any external intervention, by bringing the specifically chosen nuclear sources into contact or in interacting reach with said specifically chosen initial materials within one or more cavities in the reactor, in their correct compositions, to perform the desired, bear with me, this is all one paragraph, but it states so much, and it goes on. Well, does it ever go on? But I think it's important because all of these things are what is envisioned by Mr. Keshe as part of this environment. So let's carry on. I'll go back a little bit here. So interacting with said specifically chosen initial materials, that is the fields of these nuclear sources are interacting, within one or more cavities in the reactor in their correct compositions to perform the desired interactions, further to create the said new subparticles, atoms and or isotopes, molecules, dark matter, plasma, and energies, second stage, and in the third stage, said radioactive source interactions with the newly released and or with subparticles, atoms and or isotopes, molecules, invisible dark matter, plasma, and energies already present in the embodiment, to lead to the creation of plasma, energies in electromagnetic wavelength, the release of subatomic, subnuclear particles, electrons, dark matter, for example, from the creation of atomic or molecular hydrogen, and passive magnetic fields, like the magnetic field known within the magnetosphere of Earth, where not only said initial materials is the source of the atomic or molecular elements, but the created elements, atoms and or molecules, is automatically ionized by the same radiation sources, which leads to the creation of plasma. And the creation of plasma energies in electromagnetic wavelength, the release of subatomic, subnuclear particles, electrons, dark matter, and passive magnetic fields, or by any other radiation sources inside one or more cavities in or off the embodiment, where the said new released materials or components in interaction with matters like metallic or semi-metallic materials which were in the initial materials or in the embodiment will lead to creation of desired magnetic fields, and where said interactions in conjunction with the energy from the radioactive material can provoke also changes of polarities of flow of the charges within the initial material and polarity of the whole system, which can lead to the creation in differences of electric potency, as in voltage, and electrons' movement, current, which can, if desired, be collected by at least one terminal if the reactor is equipped with such terminal means, and where these interaction processes can lead to industrial production of desired atomic and/or molecular materials as deposits on collection means like electrodes, strands of wires and plates, or appear as flock or clustered materials or solids. Well, and that was the first method. Now there's a second method, and a third method, and a fourth method, a fifth, and a possibly a sixth, and seventh, and eighth, 9 methods, 10 methods, 11 methods. Wow, these are all specific methods to create new conditions in these reactors. And basically it's all the same sentence. It is all one paragraph, essentially, or all one continuous thing. There's 18 or going up to 20 some odd methods. And yeah, each one is slightly different. It's a different thing that's being talked about and compared. Different effects such as turbulence and so on. And in the second claim, I guess the important part is to just go back a little bit here. I didn't lose everybody, but I wanted to just say all those words together because, excuse me, there's a lot of important stuff there. And all that I read was the first method. Now in the second method, it's a method and the chemonuclear, bionuclear, and or biochemonuclear process by nuclear fusion or semi-fusion or combination fusion and fission, which is similar to the first method, working after the method as described in Claim 1, where the reactor may be equipped inside and or outside with one or more of next devices or sources. And in this case, he lists the things that were excluded from the first method, such as the ultraviolet source, a transparent hole in the reactor wall to allow light or UV to enter the processing space, an electromagnetic source such as an inside magnet or coil, a heat source, introducing pressure to an ambient condition, electronic devices or components like a capacitor, a battery, a resonance circuit, etc., and a means of motion. So all those things that were excluded in the first claim, first method, are included in the second method. So you can rotate it, you can heat it, you could bomb it with ultraviolet source or other light source, either inside or through the hole, the transparent hole in the side. you could have a capacitor hooked up, or a battery, or a circuit, or pressure, and so on and so forth. So between the first method and the second method, just in all the variables, you would have the possibility of probably somewhere in the neighborhood of thousands or tens of thousands of variations available that could easily be experimented with just from those first two methods. And then we get into another method where, well, I'll just read you the third method. It's shorter and it'll give an idea of how each of these methods is a little bit different. So it starts out the same. The method in chemonuclear, bionuclear, and or biochemonuclear process, as described in claim 1 and 2, whereby the right choice of material within one or more cavities and or the correct choice of the containments itself, some of the energy released through scintillation will be released in visible electromagnetic waves, like the white light, blue light, etc., which these lights could be of monomagnetic waves of higher order, which this itself is and can be of the order of a laser, where this beam itself can become a source of ionization of the initial materials within the containment or the containment material itself. For example, such laser energy be made to ionize the hydrogen atoms, leading to the creation of plasma and current. So that's a lot of big words there, perhaps, and not that big, but a lot of important words. And when they're put together, this method, this third method, is it's mind-blowing to think of the repercussions, where if we were to have the right choice of material within one or more cavities and the correct choice of the containment itself, some of this energy will be released in visible electromagnetic waves. So first we get a light, which we've been trying to do for many years. So it's a matter of having the right combination. And when that combination is correct, it's like a light bulb going on, literally. But these lights can be of monomagnetic waves of higher order, which this itself is or can be of the order of a laser. So the light that gets generated becomes the source of ionization of the actual hydrogen. And once you have that hydrogen ionized, you've begun to have a soup of plasma that you can draw from. And it becomes if you can continue ionizing those hydrogen atoms, then you can create plasma and current. So that's pretty big. That's pretty big, and like I say, there's 20 some odd, or perhaps more. I'm not sure how far this goes. Oh, I'm sorry to say there's way more than that. It goes up into, we have 130, we've got 140, 180, 200. There we go. It stops at, in this document, at 239 methods or claims in this section. This is the file of, it's just called claims-febr, which is like many or perhaps most of these claims are in the actual patent, and I should compare with the patent, but I don't recall them being laid out in this many methods in the actual patent. I think it's more describing things. This is quite amazing. I haven't we actually had a good look at this before. So yeah, this is 161 pages of describing these devices. I'll just read you the very last one, 239. That's another method. It's a method to clean or disinfect air from dust, bacteria, and viruses by the guiding of the airflow over an area of a dynamic or static plasma reactor, which delivers UEV rays. That's extreme ultraviolet rays. Where said plasma reactor can be used as a movable device or a fixed device mounted on surfaces such as a wall, ceiling, car roof, or inside air channels, like of air conditioning. Well, holy cow, wouldn't that be handy right about now? We do have similar things such as various devices that are electronic with that actually develop a plasma of sorts with the high voltage and that kind of thing to clean and disinfect air. But he's talking about an actual plasma reactor delivering the extreme ultraviolet rays that can be used to clean and disinfect the air from dust, bacteria, and viruses. So, I mean, this is a beautiful idea, and how timely. These EUV rays, they use ultraviolet rays now. There's UV A, B, and C basically is the way I understand it, and the C basically is the potent one, but it gets filtered out by our atmosphere. And the less potent ones, the A and B, they make it through, and that's what we have to be careful of on certain days, getting sunburn from the UV rays, and that can affect your eyes and cataracts and all that kind of thing. So, but the extreme ultraviolet, the EUV, should be EUV, not UEV actually. The extreme ultraviolet, it's actually special and is super potent and would be an instant destruction for viruses. They're finding that the UVC will destroy viruses such as the coronavirus, but it's also harmful to humans. So there was a scientific, I think it was from a physics magazine that came out recently that showed a robot that used the UVC in a warehouse situation. And the robot would go around and disinfect all the walls and your products and everything that gets touched or could be touched within range of this ultraviolet rays that it was putting out. It had these tubes that, I think there's like 4 tubes that looked like regular ultraviolet kind of tubes, about a meter long or so. And this thing would be automated and automatically go around the warehouse disinfecting everything with the rays. I thought, geez, that's pretty cool. And the thing about it was it would shut itself off when it was close to a human, so the humans didn't get hurt. And then it would just continue going about its business and actually plugged itself in at the end of its shift to recharge and whatnot. So it's an interesting idea. If we had a plasma reactor as envisioned in these patents by Mr. Keshe that develops fields, delivers these extreme ultraviolet rays, and even though it would be harmful to humans, you could have it easily shielded to keep the business end where it needed to be, to clean a surface or to disinfect a room and so on. Maybe you put a plasma reactor in the center of the room. It gives off these EUV rays, and you leave the room while the reactor is activated. And as you come back in, it automatically shuts down, let's say, and it could disinfect an entire room that way of harmful viruses. So this is a really nice idea, and that strangely, that's the number 239 out of this patent, which I bet the original came out, what, 2006 or something like that? Maybe 15 years ago? No, 12 years ago, perhaps. I don't know, something like that. And very, very interesting. So all these, any one of these methods or devices that he talks about here, he's talking about one, a device to capture atoms and molecule combinations containing carbon, nitrogen, sulfur, and other hazardous or preferred elements from gases, and working to collect these in various means and so on, where these gases get captured and deposited, and there's a whole process to do that. Each of these 239 different things, any one of us could take any of these and just run with it for years to develop it out into its the final incarnation and make it as efficient and effective as possible, and so on, as envisioned by Mr. Keshe. This is there's just so many possibilities. It's just amazing. Here's a method to collect nanoparticles in nanopowder from surfaces like electrodes, plates, wires, films, foils, and other surfaces, which are treated in the plasma reactor, and so on and so forth. So I'm just putting it out there that this is an important document, as all the patents are. And this is available, I believe, in the what was called the key, the USB key that Mr. Keshe was giving out to countries and eventually to all people everywhere. And we had the Keshe patent key with all the patents and all this information in it. It was a little haphazard and you had to work your way through. It's a lot of information. The patent itself is over 100 pages long. You see this document is 160 some odd pages, the claims. And then if we go back to the actual pictures here, there's, let me sort of, I don't know if I can scroll here. No, it doesn't let me scroll. Oh, there, I can do it that way. So here's a synthesis process for recycling of CO2, synthesis system for protein or other materials. This is how to create protein in a reactor. That seems kind of important. Now, the reason I'm bringing up all this stuff about the reactors, and the reason I mentioned how the circle comes back around sometimes, is Mr. Keshe has been hinting that this will be some of the technology, or the focus of his attention on technology in the next while will be on the gas reactors. So these are the gas reactors basically that he's referring to, and some of the ones he's already created, but we can just kind of go through and have a quick kind of look here at what this might be about. We have kind of an offset reactor here. I don't know quite what that's about, but it obviously has kind of a off balance to it to create a rotation within the reactor. And these figures do have some writing attached to them somewhere, but it's in a different file somewhere. So we have just all these different ways and means of creating magnetic fields, creating electromagnetic fields and containing the plasma. See here, it looks like a number of magnets that are positioned around to contain the fields. Similar to the previous two pictures. Oops, I went backwards. No wonder it's similar. Oh, there we go. This is an interesting looking structure, which is actually a saucer. It shows the ways and means of constructing different layers within the saucer configuration. Here we have various ways of the cola bottle reactor experiment, which most people think it was only one cola bottle, but there's actually, this shows different setups. Some of it might have radioactive materials inside. Some might have magnetic fields that gets things activated. There's all these different probes in different shapes that are indicated at the top. And usually when these little squiggly lines are in there, it indicates something that's giving off rays, like a radioactive source of some sort. These rays can make transmutations and conversions to the various, it can ionize and create subparticles and all the things that were mentioned, the isotopes and all that kind of thing. Even shows a circuit board hooked up here in the figure 16 as part of the way it all hooks up. Now we have a number of different visualizations of integrated circuits, it looks like, using the plasma technology. Back to a cola bottle with a number of elements inside, and it looks to be that it's to create energy. Then we have this saucer shaped device here, which has some sort of source in the center, creating fields. And here's one with liquids and shows the EUV, extreme ultraviolet scintillation. So it just means it's basically lighting up. It's scintillating, and that can create the atomic hydrogen and separate the electrons and create that flow of current. Here's the double cola bottle idea, where the atomic hydrogen, being the lightest, goes through the tubes and accumulates in the upper bottle, or the plasma, you could say, accumulates in that upper bottle. And he shows a circuit over here, a couple of coils, and it shows how the field effects go, the electromagnetic fields. And these diagrams here in the center, it says closed reactor, both closed reactors. And it shows these scintillation and the actual process that goes on inside one of these cola bottle reactors, which has the potassium, and we've talked about the K40, and we've talked about this diagram before in the past. It's actually quite important. It shows the radioactive source. It shows the isotope of the K40. It shows what happens when it decays into, so the potassium actually decays into, with the beta decay, into argon, and it can result in giving off of hydrogen and electrons and so on. It can actually produce energy through this process. There's an alternate process over here with showing the radioactive source, and again with the potassium, and along with iron and water, ends up actually creating the iron from the potassium, and creating a CO2, and graphene is part of that process, and creation of hydrogen and so on, all from closed reactor with this radioactive source. At the bottom we see a type of muffler system where exhaust gases come in. They interact with various elements in the first chamber, and then they go through sort of a screen, almost like a catalytic filter, in the next chamber. Looks to be some sort of magnets or something also involved there. These are probably nanomaterials. Oops. As we move along here, we see a number of other electrical and electronic kind of devices. This one here seems to separate out hydrogen, helium, and carbon as gases in this process. If you're putting in, looks to be garbage or some sort of carbon material going into the funnel, through the plasma process inside, gives off these gases which are accumulated and can be drawn off. And we see on the bottom here a similar reactor to the what's called the Iranian reactor that Mr. Keshe created, which is a half sphere. He says works the best for lift, most controllable. Again, we have these mysterious diagrams, but if you were to sit and actually study these, they're very, very simple in many ways, and they're actually kind of a standard way of describing reactions on the atomic level. Like if you were a nuclear engineer, you might use such diagrams as opposed to the chemical diagrams we normally see, or physics or whatever. It's different when you're working with radioactive materials. So you have these rays that are shown, and the scintillation process is important, and it's actually a transmutation of elements. This is commonly what happens in that kind of environment with the radioactive materials. So again, these are closed reactors, and it just shows in more detail the scintillation process and the importance of these EUV rays. I remember very distinctly in the first Keshe plasma reactor groups, Mr. Keshe emphasizing these EUV rays. And when I looked it up and discovered how potent they were and how they could actually be the initiating, what you could say, the ignition key for this reaction. Initially, what was used for the scintillation was scintillated helium, liquid helium. And that is something they use sometimes to jumpstart the reaction. See how it talks about currents and magnetic fields generated in this side here. It all starts with the passive magnetic fields and getting them started, getting them initiated, getting movement to start, the creation of new materials, the iron and helium and hydrogen coming from the potassium. Very interesting. And then we have the, this is the Oasis device on the bottom here. We see a pot sitting on the top. So it gives off heat, gives off light, and it's able to take in pollution and you know, like water that's contaminated and other contaminated things, transform it within the plasma and produce water. You have a water output here on the right side. So it takes in garbage and produces heat, water, and light from the reaction. And power too, by the way, because that's part of what the light is from. Probably could produce light as well as power, I guess is the idea. So that's a pretty big idea in itself. And that's one of the reasons why once the reactor comes out, it's like a Pandora's box that all these things are attached to it. It can do all this stuff just from one device. And we don't really have a device that I know of that can do that. We have generators that can use gasoline and produce power to make lights, but we don't make use of the heat in them. We don't produce water from them. And we certainly don't produce fields that can interact and create new materials and do all kinds of other semi-miraculous things right from one place.
Rick, you say you don't have this device. Yes, because when I look in the reactor of gas, no, chamber in chamber, is like our lymphatic and sanguine circuit in our body. It's like a cup in the cup in the cup with the same interaction, and we have the heat, the changing the energy field. When I look in the oasis and the reactor with gas chambers, I see heart, my body. I see my entire reactors with all the layers.
Yeah.
We are the light, we are the water, we are the everything.
Yep, they actually find
Needed only the
and go ahead, sorry.
No, it's only needed to understanding.
Well, yes, but do you want to if you want to be like Johnny and not have to wear clothes in the winter and run around your bare feet, it's not a problem. That's fine. But if you're living somewhere where you still want to cook food and you want to have light and you want to have heat in your home, maybe it's a little cooler or some other thing, then perhaps having an Oasis heater or an Oasis unit like this to create your water and to, do all the things that you need might be nice to have. We can understand that our bodies are similar and we can understand how we can create conditions so that we can essentially create all these things. We can create food within ourselves. We can create water within ourselves. And there's light already created within the cells, apparently. There's the way the DNA works is through magnetic fields and actually generates light at times, probably even using that EUV radiation and transmutation of elements going on. So all that's going on. So it makes sense that if we want to create this device, we just need to look inside of ourselves and understand how we work. And perhaps we can replicate that in a device that can actually help others or help sustain us if we're in space as well, in the physicality. What do you think, Dan?
Yes, with the understanding in the field state interaction, I have for me and I give to the others. In the field interaction, you need heat, I heat it. You want the field of water, you have the water. Yes, replication, because a lot, Mr. Keshe saying, it's making step by step, no? For achieve this state for understanding. From now on, is starting the knowledge in the universal. No, one step is this point for achieve initial of lesson. Kindergarten.
Mm-hmm. Thomas is asking, where can we get this document? That's a good question. Let me see. I'll look up Keshe USB key and see where that leads to.
Word key release, no, USB release, or patent of Mr. Keshe.
Say again, Dan? What do you mean?
The word key, it's USB release. The key. I search also.
USB release is the words that you're using. Mm-hmm. Okay. There's a number of looks like there's a number of links. I'm just trying to find the best one here. Don't see it on the actual Keshe Foundation. Maybe here. Let's see. Okay, I just downloaded something. What is it? It's something big. Must be it. Okay, so there is a link at the Keshe Foundation that people can use. I'll put it into the chat. This is Spaceship Blueprint download links. It's called, and it's got the USB, what's called the full USB key. Full USB key. All patents.
All pattern of Mr. Keshe in KF Wiki.
Yeah, but the patents are different than the USB key. Patents are already from the patent, and it's all cut and dried and already cleaned up. The USB key has the stuff that I'm showing here that some of it didn't make it into the patents. So there's many more pages than the patent is. So some of it's kind of raw and actually may give important clues that may not have gone into the patent. It is possible that Mr. Keshe may have left out certain things that he didn't want to put into the patent. And it may have been in the rough copy for the patent. Well, this is what I'm projecting and kind of playing with that idea here. Okay, so let me put that link into a couple of other spots here for people to live stream and into the YouTube. Full USB key, and you'll have to sort through some of the folders there. It's not necessarily obvious where everything is. The pictures that we're looking at now, for example, are under something called big_patent_designs.pdf, bigpatentdesigns.pdf. So there's a big patent and a smaller patent apparently. So this is part of the big patent. So we see more pictures here. We have cola bottle reactors with a whole bunch of wires sticking out of it, showing the nano coating that occurs internally and externally on the wires. And oops. Shows how you can get different resistances and have actually a whole series of wires that are nano coated and get different voltages out of each one of the strands of the wire because it's protected by the nano coating and so on. Shows a reactor there. Shows another example of a two-layered reactor, two what do they call it, cavities. You see how the fields interact according to these dotted lines in the diagrams as well. So it shows the use of nuclear sources to convert initial materials into new materials and new nuclear sources, and through the interactions and so on here. There's an initial stage, second stage, and third stage involved. Or field effects, not sure what that one's about. Okay, that's it for these figures. Okay, so just wanted to kind of throw that in to get people kind of a little bit initiated about it and sort of some background for those that aren't familiar with the Keshe patents and how specific they really are. You know, like I'm just looking at one here. I'm just looking at the words. Existing metals in the mixture of isotope iron 58 in the presence of the radioactive source decayed excuse me, to isotope iron 57 and isotope iron 57 in the same mixture, with losing one electron becomes an isotope iron 56, and with the availability of a free electron within the mixture by sharing a free electron created by the ionization of hydrogen atom with the isotope of iron 56 and the isotope iron 57, the element 113 can be achieved. So he talks about combining iron to form a new element. That's basically fusion. Well, it is fusion. He talks about the interatomic welding to create these elements. 113, 114, 115. So again, that was just one other method. Go ahead, Dan.
Is to figure out what is the strain between matter or a GANs or two GANs, different for achieve the plasma of or field of electron or neutron, and how to extract or pushing or extend the field, how you utilize this interact between these two new material, no?
Yeah, exactly. So there's thousands of ways to do such things, and quite a few of them are mentioned in this document here. And again, this is the claims-FEBR. If you want to search the document of the where that link is for the full USB key, you should be able to find this document there for those who would like to know the specifics of all these different methods, many of which use mention radioactive substances, which of course most of us aren't allowed to play with, and for good reason, because we're probably not capable of playing with it without causing some sort of harm. So we leave most of this up to the pros as far as that goes. But so a lot of it is just can give us inspiration, can give us some guidance as to a way forward. And sometimes it's not us that does the actual work in a lab and so on to create these things. Maybe it's up to us to inspire some young scientists to say, just how about looking in this direction and consider that using a magnet which can attract copper, it can attract cadmium, or can attract uranium, as it mentions here. And using such magnetic means for the purification and separation systems to attract in liquid water streams pollutant elements from contaminated surfaces in groundwater, and dialysis machines, and to replace the existing centrifuge systems. I mean, there's whole different areas of science and chemistry and biology and what do you call it, radioactivity, all within one method here. The idea of creating a magnet for various substances, which Keshe has talked about quite a bit in the past. I mean, this is a gold mine of inspiration for those that are, technically inclined, that they see themselves as the alchemist scientists of the future, and they want to create through fusion and fission of elements and create new materials and work with these things and in a controlled environment where you pretty much know what you're doing and have some safety, or have all the safety precautions in place so nobody gets hurt. And so much information, so much can be extracted from this. I mean, if you look at the what's it called again? That plasma system that they're working with now. The name just escapes me.
Microplasma reactor, like a battery.
CERN?
No, not CERN. It's not microplasma. It's a project that the group has been doing for the last couple of years with a plasma reactor with hydrogen in it, and they've taken all the readings and so. Oh, Sapphire project it's called, SAFIRE, Sapphire. And they have created a reactor with hydrogen as its main gas, and they put voltage into it and created fields and had all kinds of really neat things happen. They've created new materials, new metals have shown up inside their reactor, and surprisingly, and they're investigating why is it doing this and what is this all about, and several other effects that are quite important. This is this material that we're looking at here would be the kind of thing a group like that can run with and just go with it and start. You know, it just takes a bit of the right words like are put together in this document can really get someone going and say, oh, I hadn't looked at it that way before. Gee, what a possibility. Let's try this and that. Maybe we can, you know, start to create these new materials or do, you know, try these systems and so on. So once someone has an understanding of the plasma systems and the way plasma works, then all these different methods and means are, you know, it's just the matter level manifestation of the way the fields interact and having that understanding. But it's quite amazing, the information in there for those that enjoy that kind of information. Of course, there are others that have their own thing and agendas and whatnot, but there's many people that have that engineering kind of mind and that engineering curiosity. And, you know, there's so many educational fields out there that it's very, very detailed in some of these fields, and they've gotten a lot of the technology nailed down, and they pretty much know what they're doing on their own matter level kind of way of looking at things. But then once you inject the plasma teaching into it, then people like that are enmeshed in their particular field can get a new appreciation for what they're doing, and it might inspire them to try some new experiments, which could lead to other new developments, and one way or another we'll end up with all of the wonderful attributes of this technology. Stephen says sapphires are blue, but it's S-A-F-I-R-E, not S-A-P-H-I-R-E-S. Or Sapphire Project. People can look it up. And it's got some quite interesting things to look at in terms of technology. I think it's probably the most significant project that I've seen out there.
You mentioned the element 113. I recall there was a fella, his name was Bob. He had leaked some knowledge to John Lear, whose father created the Learjet. And this guy, Bob, I can't think of his name. It's a famous story. He said he was working at Area 51, and they were trying to work with element 113, if I recall.
Yeah, I think
115, Moscovitz, Bob, in Area 51. It's 115 to 116, and Chief explained in the minute of, I don't know, 1 hour and 24 to 26 minutes in the video. It's Bob Lazar.
Oh, yes, it is.
Bob Lazar, right.
Sorry, which video was that, Dan, that you were mentioning?
Oh, it's make me think. give me 1 second because it's strange. Adrian send the similitude into reactor of Mr. Keshe, explain the Mr. Keshe with what it's in explained in this video with the sources, so material and reactors. Give me 1 second to search.
Okay. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, I'm just trying to find a few more pictures and things here.
Hello, Rick. How you doing?
Good. Hi, Brett. What's up?
Mate, I sent you a few photos on Facebook.
Facebook. Okay.
Yeah. It was too hard to do it through these. And if you can just, it doesn't matter whether anybody else speaks or whatever, just have a look at them. There's a really amazing story behind it.
Okay, let me download them so I can show them here. This is the first one, if you want to describe that.
Wow, that was fast. How the heck did you do that so fast? Okay. So,
lucky. Can't find it again.
Anyways, I couldn't share something that fast if I tried. And look, what I did is I did an experiment, and the experiment was, what is the difference if, so the universe is built with the material belt at the 4th level, yes? So what I thought is that what would happen if I was to build a material belt around my plates, and how would it pan out? So first of all, I started it with nothing, just it was a normal 2-cup, wide, exactly the way that it was meant to be. So then what I did is that, as you say, that is unavoidable sometimes, you have to kill your cup. I took it apart and put the carbon 12 around the outside of it, just so that I could see whether there was any difference. So first time I put the carbon 12 around the top cup, it went from just a normal CO2 white to a clearish white, which you can see there. There's more in there than what you can see. So it's also clear, and it can't be seen on camera. Even my daughter describes it as clear white. Very difficult to see. So then what I did is in this experiment, I put the carbon-12 around the top cup first, and then watched what happens when I put it, that I didn't put it on the bottom cup, and I still got turquoise. But then when I put the carbon-12 around the bottom cup, I got this color that you see on your right, which is a whitish color. It turned white. So what I'm gathering is
what do you
that
mean by carbon-12? What do you mean by carbon-12?
As close as I can get to carbon-12, a diamond, and that is just pieces of crystal.
Oh, I see. Like the quartz you have wrapped
the
glued on there. I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, carry on.
Well, I have to I just want to give you a little bit of an explanation, and I have to just hang on one shake. So essentially, I'm just going to highlight my own words here. Give me one shake, mate. It's not playing the game. I did this essentially is that I was trying to understand the oneness in between the spirit form and the soul. So I began the process by essentially looking at the oneness and thinking about how the creation works and how we have also obviously the perfect soul for us in our life at their level, but we also have a twinity with a twinity with the negative and a twinity with the positive. So the twinity of the negative is what you would call your antichrist. The twinity of the positive is the one that you wish to meet in your life. So what I did is when I made the cup, I understood this, and I went forward and I let it go within its oneness with the material world, and this is the next thing that I want to give to you. If in a way, and to explain Mr. Keshe's technology in just a little bit of a different way, it doesn't mean that it's not the same, because it is. One could say that there is inexhaustible cosmic electron seas. Then they are tapped in order to transform the necessary matter from the electrons. And this is not quoted, this is what I put together. This is nothing to do with any quote from any book, from which then the templates are programmed by atomic images and receive their material form and are materially duplicated, or spirit form of basic elements. Carbon-12 is integral to that. So when you think about it, it's when we use the nanomaterials, and that cup that you're looking at is a little bit different because the electrode doesn't come in contact with the, see here on the right, you can clearly see that there's a container around that. This is as close as I can get to a forever cup. Just keep filling it up and it keeps producing. So it doesn't come in contact with the salt. And I get a lot less growth. You know, look, even looking at any of them, I get a lot less growth of the white stuff that you get, because it makes it about, oh God, 2 times slower. So, you know, like I'm harvesting GANs from here and I'm using it, and it seems, Rick, it's really weird. It seems like I've grown. It's a really weird feeling when you drink this stuff, and all I've been
That
doing
you've
is
grown? What do you mean you've grown? You mean height-wise?
No, I feel like I'm higher, taller.
Uh-huh.
I feel like I've grown, and it's a really weird feeling. I don't know what it is, and whether I have changed any height or anything. I have no idea, but it's really an amazing feeling. So now I'm stuck in cup 2, because the next thing that I was going to do was to do something very, very bold. And I was going to add, I'm going to add a nano of yogurt. So I dried it and semi-burned it and crushed it up, and I'm going to put it into this cup, and then I'm going to try and see what it brings me.
Yogurt, you said?
Mm.
That happens to be what I have in my mouth at this moment.
Huh?
I'm chewing on a little bit of yogurt right now. Well, good coincidence. Nice one, Brett. You caught me on that.
It's funny stuff. It's really funny stuff. All right, I'll let somebody else speak. This experiment, in the end, I'll just recap everything here before I go, is that I started the 2 cups with just as they were. And then I put the carbon 12 around the outside of the top cup, and it went almost clear, like a cleary white sort of color. Even my daughter, who's got really good eyes, says, no, there's stuff there, but it's completely clear. So then I put the stones on the bottom, and then it turned that color on the right-hand side of the screen. And it was a different color to that. It was turquoise. And I can't get rid of the water. I just keep topping it up and harvesting it. So it actually changed color, which is you know, everybody's going to have to understand. And I suppose it's an amazing experiment. I'm tickled pink by it, because I see that you could make even different spinning reactors using the way that the universe works rather than the planet. So the 4th belt is the material belt. You've got 3 below and 3 above. Mr. Keshe says there's 9, but he may be talking about something that I don't know about, because I don't know about 9. I only know about 7. So I'm uneducated. He should educate me. All right. Love you guys.
Okay. Thank you, Brett. Very good. Psychic Brett caught me with yogurt. Good one. Thomas is asking Brett, Can you draw a diagram for how you have wired this together? Not sure if you want to provide that, Brett, or not.
It's the same. It's actually exactly the same as the 2-cup that Mr. Keshe has done. It's not wired any differently. I used his wiring, so it's positive. It's positive to the bottom and negative to the top.
Is this the cup of man?
Yeah, that's all it is. It's exactly, that's exactly what it is. All I did was experiment when I put carbon 12 around the outside of it. I got different things. So there's an interaction between the carbon 12 and the spiritual energies that we're playing with. Because essentially what we are doing is, when there's a sea of electrons out there, you know, like we are just bringing them in and replicating the fields of the elements that with which we want to create. So it's really very simple. When you look at the basic elements that we're all using, in copper and silver and whatever, to make these ganses, well, let's just go to the straight 3. But it's really about experimenting with the carbon 12, because it in a way, if you look at it, what I've done is I've replicated the universe, not the planet. So I put the matter state at the 4th level and allowed it to form itself, so that when I bring in the spiritual energy of what I'm wishing to bring, which is just to help people, and all I do is give this GANs away. And I don't know, it seems to work. So we'll see. Someday it might catch on.
Okay, thank you, Brett. Any questions for Brett?
So Brett, you're taking the yogurt and putting it in there for feeding, you said?
Well, here's where I cross into what you would call the esoteric teachings of the prophet, the teachings of the Plagiaran. That information has, you know, in the most case, not been a part of Mr. Keshe's teachings. But
Well,
to me,
what I was going to say is, Mr. Keshe said if you needed something for the soul, you could put it in a plastic bag and put it in the cup number on the top cup here. But with your yogurt, if you needed something to feed for the physicality, you could put it in cup number, the bottom cup there, and it could feed you.
Hey, say that again.
Well, if you needed a medication or something for your soul or your emotions, you would put it in a plastic bag and put it into the top cup. If you needed something to support your physicality, you could put it in the bottom cup in a plastic bag, and it would provide that for you, if I recall
really?
correctly.
That's wonderful. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, you can go back to the teaching and hear him explain that, I think, in one of the workshops, the Knowledge Seekers.
That's beautiful. And I guess that's about collection, isn't it? You know, like we've got to learn how to collect and to take our prize and to understand what we've done. You know, like all I've done is just do a test to use carbon 12 to create a copy of the universe and use it to manifest the physicality, which is the 4th level, the matter state level of the universe. And then obviously we've got 3 below or 3, as I said, but Mr. Keshe says there's 9. I don't know. I only know about 7. Smart old bugger. I love him so much. You have no idea. Anyways, I've had enough, guys. You guys talk, do your thing. I've got some stuff. I'll be in the background just listening because I've got some stuff to do with my daughter.
Good. Thank you, Brett.
Right, mate.
See, Thomas asked about, did you add yogurt to both cups? I don't think he's added the yogurt yet. That's the way I understand it. Is that true? Is that the way others understand it? Or
Yeah, I think he was going to grind it up and make a Gans out of it or something and then put it in.
mm-hmm.
But I don't think you even have to do that if you, but of course, Mr. Keshe didn't have the crystals on there in his cups, so it's a little different, but I don't know if it's that much different.
It's about the food or the field transfer inside of cup, because it's talking about medicine, medicine. Is talk about food. Is talk about Mr. Keshe saying you can transfer anything you need inside, like a strain field. And I think it's only my thought when Mr. Keshe saying what drop use from, I don't know, cup 3, cup of salt for feeding in this level and down, or you need, I don't know, for a cup of physicality, I need something material for my body. I use 1 drop because the bigger feeding the weaker, you create this flow between the totality through me from this drop of cup. You create a field interaction and the transfer of field. It's like a pay pen. You utilize 1 field, you have the filter, and to achieve the others. In between interaction, you lose or added the field from what you need.
Okay. Anything else to add, subtract, multiply, or divide here?
Well, hello, Rick. Man, I've been gone from the Reactor group meeting so long. I feel like I'm addicted to it. So it's like I'm back and it's like, oh, I got my Reactor Jones. Sorry. I wonder if I'm at a position where I need to get some kind of way to get a tangible, I need a plasma detector. So I'm back to that business again. And I saw the crystal radio and I thought, okay, maybe, because if you remember, I tried to make a pickup, a microphone, and I recorded and I got results, but it was pretty iffy and I couldn't get too. Would you mind explaining in a simple way how to make the circuitry for a crystal radio? Maybe I can get that and everything nano-coated, make the antenna nano-coated, and use that as a way to record the fields. Is the idea.
Remember, Rick, your microphone in the table in one plasma reactor 1 year ago, 2 years. You registered the sound, not the sound, the field achieved through the computer application, sound application.
Yeah, and I did the same thing with a slightly different setup. But now I'm thinking that crystal radio circuitry, which is the same as the amino acid, I'm thinking that might be the best way to go with it. But I'm not sure how to set up the circuit.
Just trying to find, I had a document.
Okay.
You have the diode, you have the coil, you have the capacitor. You can use the plasma capacitor, the diode like Alex B, or you can use the coil nano coating, and you achieve the crystal radio, plasma crystal radio.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how to set up the circuit. And also about...
Let me get up the basic crystal radio circuit. I was trying to find that document. I don't have it. It was a document that came up, a scientific document that had the
yeah, I think
reaction of
the amino acid.
Yeah, the DNA.
I might have
Was
shared
that last week, or when did we look at that, or was it
last week? Yeah, I think did I screenshot that? No, I don't think I did. Yeah, where was that?
My history doesn't go back that far, so I can't.
Yeah, me too. I lose track of where was that. Thought I screenshot that.
Yeah, gee, I thought I had a link saved for it, but I can't find it right now. So, in any case, I can come up with a crystal radio circuit, and we can have a look at that.
Well, that's strange. I did not screenshot that. Could have sworn I did. Okay, guess not.
Okay, let's see if what we have is in here. All right, there's a, this is one of the simplest diagrams for a crystal radio. There's a number of circuits that will work with the crystal radio, but the basic idea is a little bigger. You can see that there. Okay, yeah, it's on my desktop. Okay, so the basic idea is you have an antenna. That's the A part at the top here. Whoops. And then you have a ground, which is that three lines at the bottom left of the diagram. So between the antenna and the ground, you have a coil. Okay, so that coil is called an inductor. It means L. L stands for inductor for some strange reason. Now you also have a capacitor in the circuit. So what this inductor does with the capacitor is form what's called an LC circuit. So this left-hand part of the circuit here with the antenna, the ground, and the coil, and this capacitor can resonate and form a resonating circuit. And what happens is the coil basically stores magnetic energy, and the capacitor stores electric energy, and they end up causing a sort of a sloshing back and forth of the current, because the magnetic is stored here in the coil, and then it gets released into the capacitor and back into the coil. The capacitor is like two plates that stores electrons or electrical charge, but not magnetically, whereas the coil stores it magnetically. And it's called a tank circuit, and it sloshes back and forth and resonates.
All right, but now how to connect this? I have the antenna connected with a coil to the ground. And then what? Another wire connecting these two wires to the capacitor?
Yeah, in this case, it's a variable capacitor, which most crystal radios have, which you can turn it to tune. We call it tuning the circuit, and that's what actually tunes it. And so you tune it so it becomes a resonating circuit between the resonating antenna and the ground. Then part of the circuit comes off here, and this D, which is a rectifier, it's a diode, and it allows a one-way flow. So the antenna brings in a sine wave, which we know what a sine wave looks like, most people. It's basically a sine wave, a snake sort of thing. And it's known as an alternating current, or AC kind of wave, or it has a positive and negative to it. And basically this diode only allows half of that wave to pass through. So it ends up being more like a pulse DC than a alternating current. And that means that this little earphone thing here, number E, that's what these two round things are. It's a little earphone or headphones, it makes it look like here. That means the headphones can get activated by this signal, this pulse DC that comes through, can make this, make the earphone or headphones vibrate with the magnetic pulses. So in essence, you can hear the signals coming from this antenna. Once they are converted through this coil and capacitor arrangement and pass through the diode, then bingo, you've got a something you can actually listen to. Now, instead of earphones and a very weak signal, which would be hard to hear anything other than a radio station that was really an AM radio station that was really close, you can plug this into your computer instead of into headphones. So in effect, your computer becomes the headphones or earphone. And this circuit, then you listen to the circuit, whatever it happens to be tuned to, whatever it happens to be picking up. And with a crystal radio circuit, because this diode is so sensitive to light, it's sensitive to electromagnetic fields, the entire circuit is sensitive to electromagnetic fields. The antenna itself is specific to certain types of fields that get picked up, and depending on your ground connection and some other things, then this tiny little, very, very simple circuit, you can't get much simpler, can do amazing things, such as, it could even pick up a radio station on the other side of the earth with the proper tuning and antenna, with no power added. There's no battery on this. There's no extra power. You don't plug it into anything. It develops its own power, essentially out of the air, but out of the power of the radio waves gets transferred and ends up going into your ear as audio waves, basically.
Okay,
So,
can I want to ask some simple, all right, first, if I got this right, you're coming in through the antenna, you got this coil, and then you've got it connected to this capacitor, which is creating resonance. And in fact, it's amplifying it, the way I look at it, possibly, right? Now, the diode, what's the diode? Is that a crystal?
It is actually a crystal. It is generally it's a germanium crystal. And that's the first ones that they used. And it's the best diode for crystal radios. The 1N34A diode is a tiny, tiny little chip of germanium oxide crystal. And as we know, the oxides are very important, as we have our CO2, which is a carbon dioxide, and we have our zinc oxide, and we've got our copper oxides and various other oxides. Essentially, that's what happens in the nanocoating process. So with the germanium oxide, its claim to fame is when you have a small chip bit like this, it can pass electricity in one direction when it's designed in a certain way. So
Okay,
it
the bottom
allows
of
the flow one way.
right, but the bottom of the circuit here, you also have it connected without the diode. So you're getting what the other half of the sine wave in the other headphone.
The bottom part is essentially connected to the ground. You see, it's basically one common wire to the ground.
I see. I see. Okay.
So that supports that side of the circuit. And that means when you have the electrons are flowing in this part of the circuit
and they go
and
through,
grounded on the other, then you get a signal through the headphone.
and then it comes out negative into the ground. So it's a one-way flow circuit. Is that right?
Yeah, kind of. I'm not sure how the electrons actually flow anymore, whether they flow into the ground or out of the ground.
Yeah, right.
The electrons are stored in the earth, and it's a bank for electrons essentially. And if you look at the way lightning operates, it actually goes up first as a charge, and then it actually comes down from the cloud after that, and so on and so forth. And electricity, the plus and minus in batteries, there's confusion whether the electrons move from the plus to the minus or from the minus to the plus. And time you get down to all the arguments and so on, and it all goes back to Benjamin Franklin and Volta and people like that named the electrons and thought they flowed in one direction, and they were actually right, but they're for the wrong reasons. And then science decided to change for a length of time because they wanted to correct it, and then they went back to it because they decided that it was actually that way anyway. So everything's now backwards, and it works because everyone has accepted that convention. So now we have what's called the North Pole, which isn't really the North Pole of our planet. It's actually the South Magnetic Pole, and it's called the North Pole because that's the convention of magnetics and electricity. And it starts to get really weird when you get into the history of it and why they did things and the conventions and so on and so forth. So I can't even get into the argument of which way the electrons flow because I find it too confusing. And then you add plasma into it, and it's often plasma is in the opposite flow of the electrons. So it's a slippery slope that I'd rather not dive into. But if you want to say I used to think for many years that the electrons flowed to the ground. That was the kind of the idea, I thought, that they went from positive, that positively pushed out the electrons, and they went to ground. But if you think of a positive pole in a battery, it's positive because there is a lack of electrons. That's what defines positive, actually. So
Okay, so in this circuit, the purpose of this diode is basically to cut the sine wave in half and create a single pulsing, because if you have the full sine wave, it cancels itself out?
No, it's to provide the energy to the feedback of coil. You have the other pattern through the condenser to charge into the condenser, the variable condenser. And the other part to achieve the positive side is to C2 to the rectify, no? Because you have the negative and positive. It's the pattern, which means in this circuit oscillant, it's a pass in the other way in the coil, create the reactance and contra-reactance, or how we say it, inductance. It's not only to cut half of signals, it's to provide the energy to the coil and to the also the capacitor. In the
it allows the one-way flow of power there.
Make sure you have a one-way flow so that it doesn't go back on itself and short itself out or whatever, I guess.
Yeah, otherwise you just have pushing and pulling, and
Right.
it cancels out basically, like you're saying. Whereas if you have a push, 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 push,
Right.
then it's
Okay,
more
so
of a pulse.
C2, is C2 another capacitor?
Yeah, it's a fixed capacitor, and it's
Okay, so
they're
you have a variable. Okay, you have a variable, you can change the tuning, and then the fixed capacitor in the other one.
yeah, and it depends on what kind of headphones or earphones you have. Typically, in the old days, you would have these little single earphones that you stick in your ear. It's a
Right.
what do they call it? There's a name for it, and it's a very particular kind of earphone. It's extremely sensitive, and it doesn't require hardly any electricity to make it work. It's very small, and you have to stick it right in your ear in order to hear things. It's not like a speaker that you can sit back and listen to. But it definitely works with crystal radios, and that's part of that C2 and earphone arrangement there. If you have actual headphones with the crystal radio, then you would need some kind of amplifier system to be able to hear it. So that's part of what I did, was to hook it up to a computer and use the computer as an amplifier. And essentially through certain software, you can amplify, double amplify, triple amplify through various modules that you add in the software, and you can amplify it as much as you wish. And you can also modify the signal by adding resonance to it, adding changing the pitch several octaves up or down, and that way you add timbre and presence to the sounds. So if you were, for example, a good example is listening to lightning. If you were to listen to lightning with a crystal radio, you might hear we know it as static. Almost all static is basically the discharge of lightning bolts, which happens up to 1,000 times per second on planet Earth. And so the big ones will come through as static. But if you were to hook this up to a computer and modify that sound in a certain way, it can sound, you crank up the bass and crank up the octaves on it and so on. And when that signal comes through, it can sound just like rolling thunder. And each lightning bolt has its signature. You can tell this one's way different than the one before. Whereas with static, it's just another piece of static. If you were to listen to it over you think of a normal AM radio, the static or the lightning bolts is just the interference that we normally get in a station. That staticky kind of noise is just a pain. It's it's always sounds the same. There's nothing special about static other than it's annoying. But yet if you were to listen to those static discharges, that sounds like just a little sound, but modify it through the computer software, it can be an entirely different experience. And in fact, the experience of listening to lightning is quite interesting. That was one of the hobbies of Nikola Tesla, where he would listen to lightning bolts. He didn't have anything else to listen to on his initial radio system, which was tuned to the universe and all sounds that were electrical. There were no radio stations initially because there was no radio when he was the pioneer out there developing systems to communicate with, and he didn't have anybody to communicate with except his lightning bolts. So he would listen to storms coming. I've done it on my crystal radio setup. I could hear a storm coming from several miles away, the lightning hitting and so on. And that's what Tesla would do. And he said he could hear a storm coming up to 1,000 miles away. And he was in Colorado, of course, which is quite a, you'd be able to have better, visibility or long radio reception in that area. That's one of the reasons why he was there, because of its electrical activity and so on. And you can imagine he had ways of listening to the lightning bolts. He didn't have a computer to run it through, but he had just certain ways of transforming the electrical energy that were coming through his antennas. And he had, like a rectifier, the diodes weren't available yet until I think about the 1910 or 1920. And so Tesla had a replacement for a diode, which was basically some oxidized nickel, I believe it was, in a tube, and you shake it up, and that's that part of the circuit where the D is this shook up tube of nickel oxide, I think it was. And when you stop shaking and let it sit, the oxides form in a certain way that allows the electricity to pass one way through that setup. And so it would be good for some amount of time. Then you'd have to reshake it up when you lost the signal and try to get it to work again and so on. It's a bit of a funky deal, apparently. But that was part of the first radio.
Well, that's interesting, because I'm just looking at, if I'm going to replicate this structure, basically, okay, nano coating it, this one is easy enough. The antenna is another aspect of it, like the way the antenna is designed and all that. However, C1, any ideas how to create an Alex bead or a standard capacitor, plasma capacitor, make it variable? I mean, how does that function? How does that work in with a standard capacitor? In
the crystal radio, there's a couple of different types of capacitors. Usually what you have is moving plates. So you got one set of plates that are fixed plates and another set that are moving, and they're intermeshed in a way. They don't touch each other, but they come really, really close to each other. And
right.
You can have part of the plate covering the other plate, or the full plate covering the other plate. And that changes the capacitance, which is basically the charge between two charged plates. So there's tiny little capacitors you can get, and then bigger ones with these, what's called air gap capacitors. Some of them have what do you call it? Sort of a cellulite barrier in between the plates rather than air, but they're just different variables. So with a plasma capacitor, you could have either different sized ones and substitute different sizes, perhaps, or you could maybe take a tap off of one part of the capacitor, and it would have less capacitance or more capacitance, depending. There might be some way of making a variable capacitor.
Basically, the way with the standard capacitors, they're the coils, but you could probably do something with the aluminum and make plates or something, put some mechanism to adjust this, how far apart they are. Basically, is that the idea?
Well, that will definitely change the capacitance. The further the plates are apart, the less capacitance. And the closer they are, the more capacitance, but also if they're too close, then if your voltage goes too high, it can arc in between the plates and no longer be effective. But and also you could look at it as the GaNs itself might be acting as a capacitor. It has its own capacitance built in, and it is in effect might be able to be used as a capacitor. For example, you might be able to basically stick a wire in some GaNs material and have that be a capacitor, maybe a liquid capacitor that way.
Well, I'm just looking at the diode and thinking in terms of basically a GaNs kit creates a particular flow in one direction. The way you connect the wiring might be able to use a simple little GaNs
Look
kit.
at the nano coating of copper and what it does with the voltmeter. We know that when you put a voltmeter on the nano coating, it starts to give readings. And so it's basically allowing the flow, usually a one-way flow of electricity. When you put that needle of your meter onto the nano coating, and it, it bites in a little bit, but basically it's on the surface layers of that nano coating. And if you get a voltage, then that indicates there's a one-way flow of the power. Now, sometimes the voltage varies and it goes positive and then it goes negative and back to positive again and so on. But you can actually, I believe that the nanomaterials act as a, essentially as a diode, as a germanium diode. Probably the way that the original diodes were made, instead of being little glass diodes like the new ones, the 1N34A that I mentioned, the original germanium diodes were essentially a chunk of crystal, like a little round piece, maybe an inch or so in diameter, usually round and flat. And it was metallic looking stuff. And what people would do is you take a pin or a needle, and that became your probe for the germanium crystal. And I remember doing this as a kid. I had a crystal radio set with the germanium crystal, and it has what's called a cat's whisker. And that cat's whisker is that needle that I was describing, and it has a pinpoint. And you can see how this diode goes. It's almost like a pinpoint onto a plate. You know, the way the triangle goes here is a pinpoint, and that's onto a plate. Well, that, in effect, that configuration of the pinpoint onto a plate is what causes and allows that one-way flow. Because basically the electrons like to leap off of a pointed object, and they like to be received onto a flat object. So the plate is the receiver and the pin is the ejector or emitter. And you have a little circuit flow going on there where the electrons like to go in one direction. And so with this crystal, little chunk of crystal, and you got your cat's whisker probe that you actually probe the crystal, different spots in it while you're listening on your earphones. When you're adjusting maybe the antenna or your capacitor, and you're listening to try to tune in a radio station. Generally, that's what the usual application is. It's not what I did with it, but I did everything other than listen to radio stations with my crystal radio. I listened to the universe, I listened to my environment, and watched it as well, because you could work with light as well as with sound, and work with electromagnetic waves. It turns out the little diode, that 1N34A diode, which is a clear case diode with little parts inside, tiny little thing, it'll pick up on light. So if you aim a laser at it or sunlight, and it'll pick it up and you can hear it in the headphones. All kinds of light bulbs, anything that can light up, even ultraviolet and infrared light as well. it's the whole setup was actually, in my setup, was able to pick up on audio signals of all kinds. Was kind of weak picking it up. It just relied on the vibration of the wooden box that the whole setup was in, and the way the diode was in the box. It happened to be able to pick up voice, which is not what a crystal radio without a microphone is supposed to be able to do. But I demonstrated that was possible to do. And a number of other quite interesting effects. You know, you can pick up the sound of electric motors and hear what they're doing inside and all the sparks that are going on. If you turn on a light switch on the other side of the house, you can hear it in a simple crystal radio circuit like this. It'll be quite loud if you have it tuned to listen to sparks, like similar to having it tuned to listening to lightning. It'll actually pick up on that, so you could hear if somebody's turning a light on. If your kids were turning a light on in their room and not going to sleep, you could actually hear it and you know, monitor them through a very, very simple crystal radio setup. It seems bizarre,
Okay,
but it's true.
that paper that came out was basically about the, I guess it was the DNA strand structure. And you were right away, that's a crystal radio setup, yeah? Can you show like a simple way to explain that?
Well, let me try to find that.
Yeah, I know I saved it somewhere myself, but I can't find it either. That's very interesting, and maybe there's a simpler way to do this or whatever. If you could explain that.
Yeah, let me think here. I think I found it. I just lost it again. Where is it? There. I think that's it. Yes. All right. I found the paper. Yay. Okay. So let's have a look at that. I'll put the link in for the paper so that people can have a look at that on their own. The link is in the chat there. Let me put it into our other usual locations.
In meantime, Rick, if I consider the coil, one plasma, the capacitor, variable capacitor, me, like an emotion, like a factor of changing, and the other capacitor, it's the other plasma, the third plasma, and the diode is the, how to say, the way, the route, road with flow, direction of flow, the plasma. I know the bigger and the smaller. In the plasma way, if I look this crystal radio.
Okay, well, let's have a look at the crystal radio that they show in the actual.
No, it's just a saying. I look in not in the physicality and the reason, the coil, capacitor, and the other things, only in the plasma way, like a similarity. It's just a thought. Mm-hmm. Carry on with this document, please. Sorry.
Okay. This is called DNA waves and their applications in biology. So in the abstract it mentions, in this research, we show that DNA waves have many applications in biology. DNA is formed by the joining of quantum particles like electrons and charged atoms. DNA has different motions during transcription, translation, and replication, in which the charged particles move, accelerate, and emit waves. Thus, DNA could emit quantum waves. So they have a way that they're measuring the waves emitted by bacteria that are suspended in milk. And they put the milk inside of an inductor, which is a coil, and they connect the coil to a generator and another side to an oscilloscope. And they send the current through the inductor and they generate a field, and then the bacteria interact with the field. Bacteria change the field and produce new output signals. So using the oscilloscope, the output signals are observed and compared with the input signals. And they can see a difference in temperature, for example. When more bacteria is created, it changes the actual results. So what they show here is very interesting. This figure 3, for example. If you look at this, you can see the DNA, which is this twisted strand thing. Everybody's seen pictures of the DNA. But when the strands unwind, that's when we can get a wave formed because of the oscillations that occur in between these strands. So it's quite an interesting idea. And it shows a picture of the DNA, and there's our copper coil right beside it. So that's quite interesting that they would compare the DNA to an induction coil. And all these proteins and so on are part of that. They mentioned the structure of DNA is very similar to a coil. And then in this picture is quite interesting. It's the one I actually highlighted last time. And if I can get it bigger, it's a little blurry and it's a bit hard to see. And I had to blow it up before to try to get an idea what they're talking about here. So what it is, what they're showing is these are the amino acids and that are part of the DNA structure, and it shows them acting as a capacitor and antenna. In this case here, the capacitor hooked to an antenna. In these other cases here as capacitors with these antennas hooked onto them as well. And in this bottom part, it shows a coil, and it shows the DNA as similar to a coil and having similar magnetic field involved in it. And it shows the BX, BY, and BZ coordinates of the magnetic field here, indicating that's also going to happen with the DNA. Finally, on the bottom right, they show the traditional crystal radio circuit, very similar to the one we just looked at. This one's minus the capacitor, which isn't really needed. It's only needed for the second capacitor is only needed for certain headphones and so on. This is an even more basic circuit with the, see if I can make it a bit bigger. Yeah, that's as big as she gets. But you can see the antenna, the inductor, and then the ground, a variable capacitor, and the diode, and then the headphones. And they're comparing that to the DNA, very similar.
you have all the free elements inside of DNA, because you have the difference between two coil in opposite side, not opposite, helix, no? You have the capacitance, the capacity, and you have also the diode, because you have one way, the direction, how it's go.
Yeah.
And you have also the receiver, like because the headphone, you have the field, magnetic field, and the coil, which transfer to the magnetic, electromagnetic in the ADN, or in the headphones in physicality, is transferred to the magnetic field, electromagnetic field, or magnetic field, or plasma field in the physicality, like a sound. If it's a sound, okay. If it's a light, strength of light, it's also okay, because it's the same.
Yes, indeed, that's right. And so this DNA, as we can see here, can act as an antenna. So therefore, it can either be a transmitter or a receiver, or both. In fact, it's like a transceiver, which is a transmitter and receiver put together. So what they did was they took, in this experiment, is basically they have two coils. And when you have two coils, it creates a magnetic field between them, like a giant, or like a big toroid. It's a donut-shaped field in between these two coils. You can see it outlined in green or blue here. And then they put this milk with bacteria in the middle of this field. And what happens is they have the generator generating the field in the bottom here, and that generates the field, and the scope watches the field, your oscilloscope with its signal, it's what it's seeing. And you put the milk and bacteria in there, it changes the reaction of this field, and you'd be able to see that in the oscilloscope. So when that bacteria changes, it changes the magnetic field in the scope. When there's more bacteria, it would change the field. If there's less bacteria, it would change the field. So if they warm the milk up, for example, it increases the bacteria, and that'll show up in the scope as an increased signal. Just fascinating. I find it just amazing. This is way the growth, this is the signal they got, and it showed this bottom signal on the bottom here, that's when it's at 5 degrees Celsius, and the other two, this is at 38 degrees Celsius and 40 degrees Celsius, so that we can see even with a 2-degree difference in Celsius, they could discern the difference in the change in bacteria by their magnetic field signature of the bacteria. This is kind of important because this could be a way to measure the virus condition. And they did another test using eggs, or the eggs in some sort of science experiment. And they created a magnetic field within the egg, and they compare that with the DNA wave. So they make an artificial wave, and then it compares it with the natural DNA wave, and they can watch that on a scope as well. And they've used graphene to be a means of, it's actually as a detector. So graphene is basically carbon, like Brett was talking about. And so they basically had an incubator that was able to culture chick embryos to observe the growth of the cells. And they were able to tell the difference between a male and female of these of these eggs from the electromagnetic signature that occurred from it, from these waves that are made from the DNA, which is pretty incredible, actually, I believe. They conclude, in conclusion, in this research, we have shown that DNA waves play major roles in the evolution of biological systems. Then they propose 2 methods for imaging by using concepts of quantum biology and DNA waves, useful in charting bacterial growth and in distinguishing the gender of chick embryos. So quite interesting stuff, I think, and it's entirely something that I could see knowledge seekers getting into if they wanted to start documenting. I mean, you, Mario and others might want to get into, you know, creating such a structure like we saw this kind of detection of signals, and you know, the idea being that you can read a change in the fields. Sometimes it's quite difficult actually to have a objective reading of the fields, but magnetic fields are easy to get a reading of a change of magnetic fields, because it's
Right,
the change
comparative,
of fields.
do a comparative. This one right here is very interesting. They just took coils around the. It's possible I can just use a single coil around a reactor.
It's possible, but what you do when you have 2 coils, it's called a Helmholtz resonator, and one coil and the other coil creates the field in between. You see how long and extended this field is and how focused and concentrated it is in the middle? Well, you get a similar thing with one coil, but it won't be extended in the
No,
middle
actually, I
of
meant the
this.
double coil. I meant it, but instead of doing the whole circuit for the, couldn't I just possibly take my reactor and put a double coil around it and connect it to what, I guess, a capacitor, a plasma capacitor, maybe a maggrav, something like that?
What do you want to get out of it? What do you?
I want to measure. I want to measure the reactors. Like you said, not with an absolute value, but comparative. Load it with one set of gases, get readings. Load it, change the reactor.
Do you want to just read the magnetic field of the reactor? Is that primarily what you want? So if you had any kind of magnetic field detector, would that be adequate for you? Is that all you want out of it?
Well, I want to get something that I can measure a different one GaNs from a different GaNs, for example.
Right. Well, this would be a good way to do that, because I think that if we had, instead of the milk and bacteria in the center of this figure here, that we had the actual GaNs in there.
Right.
Why couldn't we detect different types of GaNs through the change in the magnetic fields? Especially with the copper. The copper should just set this thing off like crazy because it's got copper in it. And then the iron GaNs, the same thing. If you put an iron nail in the middle of this thing, it would just go off like gangbusters. And this is the same basic setup they have for like detectors for gates, automatic gates for you know, on a state or something where the gates open up automatically. They have sensors that you either built into the road, which are coils just like this, or a coil system by the side of the road. In fact, I just installed one that would be very much like this, and all it does is generate a signal when a car goes by from the magnetic, detects the magnetic field of the car, puts a signal in these coils, and a little sensor sends the signal off to your gate controller, and the gate opens when the car drives by.
All right, so let's ask this then. All right, what is this representing? The top circle is what, a coil, or is it a coil inside a coil the way we do magnetic maggraph?
No, it's very simple. It's a coil down below here, and it continues on as one piece of wire into another coil up here.
With so many turns on.
Yep. And you've got a generator that generates the signal. It goes through the coil, it goes through the other coil, and that generates the magnetic field. And when that magnetic field is interrupted or interfered with, in this case by the milk and bacteria, then it's actually the DNA signal that they're getting from this, which is a change in the magnetic fields. That's basically all they're reading with their scope, is a change in the magnetic fields. So, I mean, it's really a no-brainer. It should be easy to put GANs in there and have different signals that would be the signature of particular GANs.
Yeah. Now, this is a single coil. If we want mag-grav, you'd need a double setup, then probably one inside the other, something like that. You think?
Well, not necessarily. Like, it depends on the way you do things. Or these are essentially like antennas. So, you know, I've taken readings from a rotating reactor, the rotating ones that are available at the Keshe Foundation, the little, what is 3-inch ones or whatever it is. Small, you know, 2-piece reactors that you put GANs in and rotate them and whatnot. And they definitely put out a signal. They put out a signal even when they don't have GANs in them. And when you put GANs in, it changes the signal. And I could pick that up on my crystal radio and actually listen to the signal of the rotating GANs reactor. I'm not sure what actually creates the signal, but there's each rotation, you can tell that there's a rotation, and it's specific to a specific GANs and a specific reactor. And it's kind of like a regular, you know, rotation, like a, you know, it would sound like a motor more or less, but it's actually quite unusual. I couldn't quite figure it out, and I think it's because of the charge on the sphere, the electrostatic, essentially electrostatic charge that occurs on these plastic spheres. And when you put the GANs in, it also has the charge on it and in it, and that changes the nature of the sound that you get from it, essentially. So you can actually hear the different sounds that come off of a rotating reactor with the crystal radio setup plugged into a computer. But this is actually more sensitive and more elegant than a crystal radio circuit, or it should be. Although there's no reason why you can't hook both of them together. This could be a sensitive antenna system that you would plug into a crystal radio system. And then you could still have a generator that was generating a signal through these wire systems. You plug it into your crystal radio and the radio into your computer. And the radio essentially transforms this signal into something that's more both pleasant and easier to manage, easier to get actual data and information from. For example, you could be listening to the sound of the crystal radio instead of watching the scope, the oscilloscope on this device here, which you might miss something if you blink your eyes with the oscilloscope and so on. But if you're listening with your ears, you can tell when you put that milk and bacteria into the fields, it's going to make the thing squeal or give off some sort of sound that will identify that milk and bacteria. You'll know when you put it in there, oh, He's going, oh, I see. That's what that sound is. And then if it's, you know, you increase the temperature, it might go instead of or whatever. It'll have some variation to the sound because of the increased bacteria happening and so on.
Okay, this is an electric generator that they're using here in creating an electric circuit. Is that what they're using? What's
Yeah,
this?
it'll be a frequency generator. So
Ah,
it'll
so I can use a
generate.
tone. Can use a
Yeah.
tone generator.
Yeah, that would basically work something like that. But it might be in a certain frequency that's optimum, like it might be a high frequency. But they did mention low frequency for the bacteria, although they didn't mention exactly what frequency, just that it was in a considered low frequency, which I found a bit surprising. I thought it would be high frequency. But low, I'm assuming they mean something under maybe 20,000 hertz or something like that, which is in the audio range. But I'm not clear on that. It might be, maybe they consider low in the kilohertz range, so it could be 100 or 200,000 hertz. Similar to AM radio, they might consider that low range, which is low compared to 5G and other high frequency high energy fields.
Well, thank you for that, Rick.
Yeah, it's actually opens up some interesting research there in terms of
Yeah, I was
sensing
so
the
kind of
fields.
dry in making the crystal radio. Now I'm back to, okay, wait a minute. I have to rethink the whole project here. But yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, in a way, I could use my guitar. Well, that's not a constant.
Yeah,
But
probably.
yeah, something like that. Very simple. Any kind of tone generator. And it'd be interesting. Wow, it'd be very interesting to, yeah, like you said, to hear it with the crystal radio. I don't actually have any oscilloscopes, so but to see it or hear, yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to both see and hear, of course, because we're humans and we like to see that physicality result in some sort of confirmation that what we're thinking about is really true and that kind of thing. But the sound alone is very powerful in
Sure.
convincing you, you know, making one little change, you turn the cup around or just, you know, put it in a different position, you hear a different sound and you go, oh, that's what that does. I see. And I move
Yeah.
down. Oh yeah, I moved that way. It makes that sound. You know, it's like learning a new instrument, right? You get to know the ins and outs. Oh, and I tweak the string this way, it makes that sound. Oh, now I get it. I can do this and that and this and that. Oh, look at me go. You know, it'll be that like that in this experiment. It'll be trial and error and trying different things and see what works essentially. Because they make it look quite simple here, but they may have had a fairly sophisticated kind of apparatus to be able to pick up on the quantum effects basically of the atoms and so on. It has to be quite sensitive, but that's what coils are good at. So okay, well, any more questions or comments on that? Okay, well, you all have the information now, and it looks like it's kind of experiment that anyone could do at home almost. A little bit of electronics know-how and a bit of spare wire. Yeah, I could see how it could be done in several different ways. It's actually a very interesting idea. We've been looking for, how do we sense the fields? How do we measure the fields? Why can't, you know, Why can't we measure the GANs fields? How do we measure? I've often thought in the past that we need to put the GANs inside of a field, inside of a magnetic field, in order to see what its effect is on that field. But you have to create the field in order to see the effect on the field. Because the GANs themselves, it's hard to get a signal off them. I can't just put my crystal radio up next to the GANs and get a direct signal. It's hard to do that way. If the GANs is rotating, you start to get something, because then you have some changing magnetic fields, and that can be sensed. But stationary magnetic fields are very hard to measure. So it seems important that the GANs is subjected to certain fields to start with, and then perhaps rotated or otherwise measured within that realm of field action.
Well, you need some kind of dynamic, right? It has to.
Yeah, exactly.
Might be interesting to do the little, gradient flow differential and create a rotation in the field somewhere in there, like that. But then you need something to compare that to. So you need to get a tone generator. It's very interesting that they're actually using a tone generator for this, to me. Yeah, that it shows to me that it verifies in my mind that it's actually all plasma. It's really is creating a dynamic field. How you get a magnetic field from a tone generator, it's all magnetic fields to me.
Right. Yeah, and it's comes a chicken and egg thing. Which came first, the magnetic fields or the electrical fields? And there's a big debate now with the science of looking at the sky and figuring out all these complexities of galaxies and how they formed and how they're held together and so on. And for many decades, we've been looking at gravity. It's all about the gravity, and gravity is what pulls everything together and creates the galaxies and creates the planets and suns and blah, blah, blah. But there's a lot of parts that don't make sense in terms of gravity. Gravity doesn't explain some of the weird things that they're seeing out in space. So now there's a better theory called the electrical universe. And that's been out for a few years now, and that's part of that SAPPHIRE project that I mentioned before as well. They actually created the SAPPHIRE project to recreate the sun in a lab. So they made a hydrogen reactor and they've activated it with high voltage and so on, and created this glowing sun inside of a reactor. And that's what they're studying. And they've discovered all kinds of amazing facts about plasma from studying that, because the sun is a plasma. It's even the ordinary scientists say that 98+% of the universe and of our galaxy and of our solar system is plasma. It makes sense. If the sun is plasma, then most of our solar system is plasma. The Earth and all of the other planets are, I think, less than 1% of the mass of the solar system. So most of the mass of the solar system is in plasma already, and of the entire universe. It's actually an anomaly to be on a planet that has solid matter the way Earth is. Even our core of the planet is plasma. I mean, it's all plasma when it comes right down to it. But I mean, like a active ions of a plasma, like science would say a plasma. It's actually all over the universe. Everything is ionized. It's not as elements, the way elements are formed on Earth. So aren't we special? All right, any more on that? Are we done that part?
Well, I have one little question here. The simplified crystal reactor without that second capacitor, would that not work? Do I need to have that second capacitor? Yeah, that. Do I need to have that second capacitor in order to be able to plug it into my computer or headphones or whatever?
Not really. In fact, basically, you don't even have to have the first capacitor. And all you need is, well, I mean, you can plug in just made detectors using just the diode and a coil of wire, basically.
Ah, yeah, the capacitors are there to actually to make it adjustable, more or less.
Because you
Yeah,
have the certain how to say the circuit, the coil have the capacitance, but it's not when you make the resonator, between capacitance and coil inductance, you have a certain frequency of resonance.
Mhm.
If you able to calculate the coil like a Tesla coil to increase the capacitance between two spire, yes, you have certain frequency. You can't you have only how to say to certain band of frequency achieve.
Mhm. Yeah, and that's right. And the great thing, one of the great advantages of the crystal radio circuit is its high bandwidth. It's able to take in virtually any frequency. So the tuning of the circuit is what's important. If you want to focus on a particular frequency, then you tune the circuit to that frequency to increase its what's called its sensitivity. So you have two factors with the crystal radio. One is called selectivity, and one is called sensitivity. And you want your radio to be as sensitive as possible to pick up as many stations as possible, let's say. But you also want it to be selective so that it doesn't pick up all the stations all at once. You want it to be able to select one station at a time in terms of its tuning. So it's a little different when you're sensing the environment. You're not generally going for one specific range. Now, if you were sensing the GANs, you might want to tune your circuit for a certain range of GANSes, for example, and maybe it would be able to be tuned that way. So it would be very sensitive, and your CH3 GANs would be like way different than your copper GANs, which would be way different than the CO2 and zinc oxide and so on. It would have different effects. But in this circuit, in a simplified form, you might not need the variable capacitor. You might not need even the ground is optional. It comes right down to it because the air acts as a ground anyway. So basically, you stick a little antenna onto a diode and sort of plug it into the computer, and you can actually get some effects out of it. In fact, you can actually get effects by just plugging almost anything into the computer and using the software to analyze the sound that you get, which is the sound of the inners of your computer, essentially. So you could use the same partial circuit to essentially listen to to your computer. I've done that with the crystal radio actually, and you can move it all around on a computer and hear the different things going on inside the computer, circuits kicking in and kicking off, and fans going on, and all kinds of action going on in there. It's quite a noisy environment, especially for the older computers, which are more leaky than the new ones. There it is, DNA, just like a coil. So what are the amino acids that we create? And what are they in terms of, if they're like a coil, then and sitting on the surface of that interaction between the liquid and the gaseous parts of our atmosphere, you're essentially creating a crystal radio out of amino acids. You've got the coil, you've got all the other parts, as we've seen. Capacitors built in, the antennas built in, and the diode as well. So essentially, these amino acids act as little radios. And the actual amino acids are usually a crystal as well. So quite interesting, very, very kind of fun stuff to work with.
The crystal, like a definition, is coil, capacitance, and resistance in the same time.
Mm-hmm.
For remote control or for kids' cars, no, with telecommand. You utilize the certain crystal quartz of, I don't know how, 14, I don't know how, 21 megahertz or hertz for, like in the clock. You have the frequency strict. It's not variable.
That's right, yeah. And so when you have a very definite frequency, you can put all your energy into that one frequency, and then you can transmit for long distances. Think of walkie-talkies, for example. They have chips in them, and CB radios, citizen band type radios. They have a very specific frequency. Cell phones are another example, and that's what all the Gs, the 3G, 4G, 5G, and whatever other Gs are usually within a certain frequency range. And the frequency range is increasing because they can get more power behind the signals when the wavelength is shorter. Frequency is higher means a shorter wavelength. So you get 5G with a very short wavelength and a high frequency. And that's hence why there's some consideration with the shorter wavelengths interfering or interacting at least with our cellular structures, which are about the same wavelengths. Well, I've been talking a lot. I'd like to hear some other voices. Pazdi says in the YouTube, we are kids in an ocean of information. That's nice. comments, questions? Everybody fall asleep.
Hi, Rick.
Hello.
Here's Skywalker. Give me 10 minutes. I have a nice pic from 2018 for me. I find it and I come on 5 minutes back.
Okay. Mark mentions a quote from Mr. Keshe. We use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. We use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. It's nice, Mark. I remember that one quite well. I don't remember where. I think it's in one of our videos that we play from time to time, that line.
Yeah, I think it's a bumper maybe Flint had created in the beginning of the workshops.
Mm-hmm.
And it's interesting. I had seen the program over the weekend with William Shatner, Unexplained or something like this. And as we know, Mr. Keshe says all these teachings, all of this leads back to you finding your soul, which someone recently asked him not to talk about. But anyway, they had a clip from maybe the 70s where a lady and her husband, a Dutch lady and her husband, went to Thailand on vacation. It was their anniversary. And the husband had rented something on an island, but they had to take a plane to get to the island. And it was about a 45-minute flight. There was about 50 people on. The wife didn't really want to go. She said, the plane looks too small. It's not, and the husband, just said, close your eyes and it'll be okay. It'll be over shortly. So she was counting every minute. And then about 10 minutes before they were supposed to land, they're pretty close to it, the big boom, 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 plane crashes in the jungle. Everyone dead, all 45 or 55 people except her. She was laying on the ground, broken hip in 3 places, broken back. She looked over, saw her husband buckled up in the seat, dead. Everyone else was dead. And a voice came to her and said, you have to do something. You have to do something. So she somehow made it over to the wing and got a few pieces of aluminum foil. And it said, fashion them into cups. So she made about 5 of these little cups and she put them on the wing. And she laid back down, and as soon as she laid back down, it started to rain. And that little voice told her, every time you do something and you accomplish something, you reward yourself. So she depended on that little voice, which she kept saying all through her little part of the comment was, everyone has that little voice. You all have it. So she laid on the jungle floor for 192 hours until they found her. But that's what she attributed her survival to, was that little voice. And so through the whole show, they were trying to explain it as supernatural powers. This never once, not even her, and maybe she did mention it, but they edited it out. But the soul was mentioned. Not once. And I kept talking to the TV. It's the soul. She was talking to the soul. So I just thought I'd share that. And it was a nice little confirmation.
Yeah, good one, Mark.
Rick, somebody had sent me a message, but now I need to find it. Where, Mr. Shin, now I can't find, I'm not getting.
You're supposed to have a private message somewhere.
He sent me a message about his star formation, but now I'm not, I've lost the message. I'm back to him privately, but I'm not seeing. He said he made a star formation inside a star formation inside a star formation reactor in a virtual position, and he sent you pictures, something. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't remember. I could
Now,
very
well,
well be.
it doesn't have audio. For some reason, I'm not getting, I've lost his message. I went back to privately, but I can only send, so I'm not, let's see if I can. Well, if you can hear me, Mr. Shin, maybe put it in the public chat. He said he doesn't have audio, so he can't speak. There's something he wanted to show, so I don't know why I've lost his chat. I don't know.
You can click on any of the panelists and
Yeah, I did that.
go to chat, and it should bring up the chat window. That's
Yeah, I've done that, and I've got it to Mr. Shin, but it's only just send, and it's not giving me the message he already sent to me.
Something about your star formation.
Yeah, but for some reason I've lost his private chat. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. I have no audio. Sorry. I built you a 3-star formation reactor at my home and in virtual reality space. Rick has seen the reactor in virtual reality as he visited me there during live during Reactor group streaming.
right. I forgot who Shin was. I recognize that name now. Of course, yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. Much interesting. Okay. I don't know if you know what that was about.
Well, basically, we showed that in one of the reactor groups a few weeks ago, and Shin was creating has created a virtual reality space, and has created the 4 reactor configuration. You know, the standard spaceship configuration or whatever. And he's created that as a 3-dimensional image that you can kind of interact with or observe in 3D space and virtual reality. So
Okay.
I have some pictures of that.
Yeah, I missed it. And by the way, I have Telegram. If anybody wants to contact me, it's Mario Train, TRANE, one word. So to Mr. Shin or anybody else, I just got.
Just going to his reference. Oh, the page you give doesn't come through plasma.square7.ch. It's not correct somehow. So is there another Shin, is there another email, website address that will work? Plasma.square doesn't work. It's an error.
What does the virtual reality space mean?
Well, that's like, there's applications such as Second Life is one of them, or when you're in online gaming and
Oh,
you're in a virtual space, you might be playing as the same game with everyone else, but you'll be different characters or avatars within that virtual space, and you'll all see the same room and all be in the same room, but all have different viewpoints of that room as well through your individual characters.
so he built a virtual reactor.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Okay.
Yeah, and I've got a virtual world I've been working on actually and creating as well. I don't know if I can show that right now or not. Be nice if Shin could show us stuff actually. Just look here. I showed an example of a 3D space, if I can get in there. There we go, I think it'll work. Just a second here, it's coming in. So I'm sort of in transition here, but can't fly. Okay. So you can kind of get the idea here. It's going to take a few minutes to go through before the world actually transfers properly. You can see, for example, the stars are moving in the background. Oops, I'm arriving somewhere. So the world is just building itself right now, and I've arrived in this virtual world. This is my character that you see on the screen. And I can move my character around in this world, as you can see. And this is actually you see, this is a building. It's actually like a university campus. And it's one of my hopes and dreams to build up this virtual world as a Spaceship Institute campus. So the idea is that, oops, do that. How do I zoom in here again? Oops, there we go. So there's different, I'm trying to control here. You see this image of the, it's actually an island. There's different places on the island you can visit. And it's set up sort of like a university, but also kind of almost science fiction-like in a way. And you can actually go inside these buildings. Like I can go over here, I think. Let's see if I can go inside. There we go. And it's got a layout picture here. You can go inside. There's actually a lab. You see the tables set up and microscopes and other things, little laptops and so on. And I started experimenting with a picture here that'll be familiar, the day of the Mojan from 2014. And I think I made it. I'm not sure how to. Oh, there it is. So it's got the playlist for, I think, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop, or some of them, that I've embedded in this demonstration, just to see how it can be done and what to do. So you can imagine having different learning videos and pictures and so on embedded within this lab setting. So if somebody needed some information and they're in the lab and experimenting, and they just refer to a particular video and it'll tell you how to make your 1 cup 1 life, or whatever it is that you're working on at the time. And it could be a kind of a fun place to visit, as well as a good learning experience, because there's a number of different buildings, a number of different activities that you can do. And look, there's where all the Ganses are stored.
That's fantastic. I go to someone's
there's where
house.
There's where I'm starting to work on the plasma body enhancement spaceship chamber unit thingy. I was just starting to kind of form the egg shape here and didn't get too far with it.
I was just going to ask you that, if you had one of those in the university.
Well, this is the idea, and to set them up on this grid here that they have already previously set up. It's almost perfect for setting 4 of the units head to head on this platform here. So I was just trying to orientate it. You can actually work within the program and become, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. You can actually edit these structures, which means you can do moving and stretching and size changes. And this happens to be a toroid, but you can make other shapes, spheres, and make virtually anything you wish. You can become a creator in this world and actually put the attributes on that you wish on your objects, and including the colors or textures, and if you touch it, certain things can happen, and so on and so forth. You can make a helicopter, make it fly if you wish, or a flying saucer.
Certainly a beautiful alternative to the point and shoot games.
Well, that's the thing about it, yeah. In this environment, there's no weapons to shoot with. Instead, the idea is you're a creator and you get to create.
Investigating science.
Exactly. There's a way to turn the sound off here. How do I do that? This one here, there we go. So there's full control over the sound, ambient sounds, the music, and you can insert music and media and voice and everything else. And so that, for example, if I set this up, I could have it play certain music or certain video if you touch it or interact with it in a certain way. You can have audio clips trip just by walking by them, and all kinds of ways that you can interact both on an audio level, audio visual, audio video in terms of movies. So any YouTube movie you can embed into this environment. Create all kinds of stuff, objects, and so on. All of this stuff's been created that we see here, of course, not by me, but someone did. And I'm basically renting the island and then sticking in some of my own stuff to play with, like as you see the plasma enhancement unit that I promptly made disappear somehow. I'm not sure how to put that back in here. I had the egg shape originally, but I accidentally pushed the wrong button and stuff disappears sometimes. So as part of the learning process, there's a lot to learn to be able to manipulate objects and to design and build them. But it's actually quite simple, and you know, it just takes a little experience to work with it. And that's what Shin's been doing. He's been creating things in his world of different objects, and the spaceship configuration of the 4 balls, the 4 reactors he shows as one example. I think I've even got it somewhere.
Shin put a couple of notes into the chat. I can't seem to keep the chat open and my mic at the same time to read
at what. See, you can select outfits and change your clothing and shoes and hairstyles and you name it. And you can have things attached to you. And avatar, let me think here.
You must have demonstrated the universal units flying. That's why they're not here.
Inventory. There we go. Yeah, I don't see any of the stuff I was looking for. Anyway, there's a lot of things you can vary and work with and change. And you can create any character you wish, male, female, or animal, or robot, and any skin color and hairstyle and clothing types you like. So there's room for, I would like to develop a spaceship suit, similar to what's available on the Keshe Foundation store. And so people could wear their spaceship suits and wander around on the property. You know right away that it was a knowledge seeker because they're wearing their spaceship suit. And so let me see, what else can I show here? Get out of here. Anyway, that's sort of the basics there. And if we were to go back outside and kind of, whoops, ran into a door.
That could be part of the workings of it, is to get off the planet. But you have to build a ship or make the GANs or reactors and so on.
Somewhere here, I've got there's some windmills. And of course, all the flags and insignia can be changed to the Keshe Foundation logos and so on, and be part of the structure here. There's another building down there. There's one I'm looking for. Whoops, I'm stuck in the flowers. I forget how to jump here. Let me see, destinations. Where
Rick.
Well, I'm kind of stuck here right now. I have to figure out how to get out.
I don't know if he can hear you, Peggy. He didn't seem to be able to hear me.
I'm sort of away there now. Just have to.
Oh, that's right. With this program, I think he has a lag
Jump.
time when he has this running.
How do I jump? Well, I can't remember how to jump, so I'm kind of stuck for now. Well, suffice to say that there's more to see and do, and when I work on it some more and get things a little more situated, and I'll try to show more and take you through a tour, and people can get their own avatars and end up coming to visit, essentially, or come and create your own parts and create a whole world if you wish.
Rick, can you hear me?
So I think it's actually the way of the future in many ways, that you can do learning and you can interact with others from all around the world through this process, and you can actually chat. There's a verbal chat thing and a written chat, so it's, in a way, it's like Zoom, but with a common place that you hang out with others. So we might have different learning environments. You could have there's a theater kind of amphitheater thing that would be good for talks. Maybe we could have Mr. Keshe come in and give a talk and have people show up at the theater. That would be very interesting. You could have a roundtable discussion and have actual people at a round table, not just in Zoom as a list, but actually sitting at a table where you can see other people's avatars, and there's actually a sign of life there and so on.
Rick?
Yes, mate. How are you?
I still can't figure out the
Rick cannot hear us.
jump.
No, that's what happens with this program. I remember the last time, so just wait until he's done here. Then when he separates from the program, he'll be able to hear again.
If you want, if you share something, you break the sharing of Rick, and perhaps it's
always one
hearing.
option. That's flying.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Simply
All
fly.
I can hear you. and
And
only
that
the
way
Rick
it's
no,
kind
not
of
hearing.
easier to get around.
It
You can
has
have
to
a
Right.
do
better
with
view
the
of the
program
island
that
here.
he's using. The
Kubernetes.
program
Fly over and visit
supersedes.
my spaceship.
I just needed to understand. Thanks, guys. Love you.
I started to construct a spaceship over on the helicopter landing pad. You see that purple thing in the background there? So there's other things like you can see you know, this strange kind of sculpture thing in the middle of the there, that's better. This rotating sculpture in the center of this place here. You can see also there's the avatars that you get to choose your particular whatever avatar you style that you'd like and so on, start to configure it. Let's go back to the spaceship here, which is a work in progress. Whoops.
Rick, can you hear me yet?
In time of Rick, it's
So
really in
it's
this
kind of,
program,
like I say, it's a work
Rick
in
not
progress. I was just
hearing
trying to get the
anybody.
basic shape together.
Let her
that
play.
oh,
Let him
Let her
finish.
play.
good with that half partial sphere kind of configuration. And like I say, it's only very much a work in progress, but I wanted to get a start on it. And you can start, I can edit it any time I wish and move it around, and you can oh, it needs a little rotation, so perhaps I would rotate it a little bit and just tweak it a little bit here and there, and you change the shape. You can put things inside of it, and you make it transparent. It's partially transparent now, as you can see. So it's a little project, as all these things are, and you can get an overview of the some of the parts of the island. Different buildings for different purposes, and you can go inside them, of course, and change things that you like and whatnot. So that's nice for it to be the Spaceship Institute campus, basically. We don't have an actual physicality campus. Nice to have a virtual one. And with all the trimmings that make it seem like a real campus. Anyway, that's my dream and plan, and I think it's the way of the future, especially with the co-virus situation. Oh, I see that I'm being said that this program has taken my mic and I can't hear you. Oh, okay. So let me get back here. I think I'll unshare a bit, and didn't realize that the sound would be gone. Okay, let's reshare. Okay, now you can probably talk to me. I can probably hear you.
Can you hear me?
You have something. Oh, I see it's still talking. I'm not hearing. So
Yeah.
just a minute here. I'll have to share differently.
Roll. I rub you, Rick.
It should be that way. Something's gone wrong with my settings. Let me just check my sound settings. I think it's. Let me reset it and see if I can do it that way.
Meantime, Rick finding the setting of audio. I have the
see you're
question
talking,
in
Dan,
the.
but I'm not getting any sound coming through. Let me see here.
I want to ask in the Persian or Farsi group
See, it's
2 weeks
supposed to
ago,
come through.
it's present the patient with the patch in the chest. My question is, have the other two in the back from the skin, from like opposite?
That was shown in the Farsi meeting.
Yes, 2 weeks ago, 2 reunion ago, which means last week. One pinky and the other green. And my question is only 2 in the chest, in the front side, or having the other 2 in the back? Because I'm not able to understand in Farsi. I reading only in the chat, but it's reading.
I didn't see that.
Certainly broke my sound somehow.
He may have to go out and come back in, but since he's hosting, he will close the show.
No, it's enough to making the host and turning back and remaking the host. It's perhaps it's better reading in the chat for Rick for knowing.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I'm ready.
But Rick is not ready.
Oh, okay, wait.
Yes, the program he was just demonstrating took over his microphone somehow, and he cannot hear us. We hear him.
Right now, Mark, but not if I plug in my headphones for some odd reason. So I don't know what happened. Something strange occurred.
Are you with us now?
I can hear right now, but I'm not on my desktop audio capture the way I should be. Let me try to switch over.
I think Shin came in here. And you were generating quite a number of questions while you were going through the video, but you couldn't hear us.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I had no idea. Let's try it one more time here. See if I can get it to work through my system. It just goes dead when I plug it in. What the heck?
Can you put it into a different USB port, Rick?
Thank you, Peggy, for giving me an audio. I don't have it coming through for some what is going on here. My headphones. Well, I'm gonna have to not use my headphones and
Testing, testing.
probably, but I don't know what else to do right now. Okay, I should be able to hear you now. Do another sound check, please.
Testing.
Yeah, I can kind of hear. Do you hear
Can
me?
anyone
Okay?
hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'll have to make do here, and my audio might have a bit of echo or something, but can you hear me
It
okay?
sounds pretty good. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. I think Shin came in and he was ready, or someone was ready.
I'm ready. Hello,
I think
Rick.
this is
Skywalker wanted
Skywalker.
to show some pictures, yeah.
Yes,
All right. You want to go ahead?
yes. 1 second, please. Okay, I have many picks. It's wonderful picks. Has been a long time since to took off the spaceship, and I have many bottles from plasma. Is 4 years ago, and look at the pics. Here is, I think, dark matter in there. It's a field. Here is wonderful CH3. Is the compression or on the fields in the CH3. It's putting pressure on CH3. You see the wonderful plasma. You see here it's 3 CH3 in the package. So beautiful. And the fields go in the pressure. Here you see the soul. I think this is the soul in there. Here.
Stop right there. You see the is nothing in the middle, no, is where is starting the bubbling out. Let is I want to annotate a little bit.
Okay, moment.
Where is
okay.
Making the stop. Sorry.
No problem.
No, this is the other picture.
Go on. I have a take.
Okay, right there. You have no inner, like you say, the soul. You have the bubble coming up, but you have the boundary right there.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
No, it's notice what size, no, where it started, where it's coming out, like a boundary. The scissor of soul.
Yes. You look good. This is combination from, wait a minute, this is not COO, this is special gas. This come from red. Wait a minute, I must translate it. This coming from red breath.
Red breath? What do you mean?
Yes, red breath is another breath. It's look more reddish. It's another breath. It's not
brass,
56.
like alloy.
What?
It's like a brass alloy or bread,
Yes.
breeding.
No, brass.
Brass. Okay.
Yes, it's not 59. It's the red brass. It's a combination from another metal. It's wonderful color. This one, this is so amazing. Okay, next picture.
Can I ask you to continue on your research? Because I denied that of myself to go for a different color. So please continue on with that and let us know with, you know, that remember that once you create a GANs, you can change it. So think about that when you create that one that I started to create, and I stopped the process because I wanted to go in a different direction, and that was to get to the oneness. But there's another oneness near that, and okay. So what you can do is if you produce that yellow GANs, put it into another reactor where you remove the carbon from it and think about what you're going to make. And I think about that all the time because I've just made a translucent white. So I know it's closer to the oxygen and the carbon. So I can change whatever that you want to change within the ganses that you make.
It is for me.
Sorry.
Okay, it is for me cosmic. This is cosmic structure in there, I think. You see?
The question is coming out or coming in, the ray? Main frozen.
Both sides, coming in and coming out.
But you can't see, you see, but you can distinguish what is coming and what is come out, visual, like a ray. No, you have one ray. It's coming or it's come out. I know it's both sides.
Okay.
It looks like the human soul. It looks like the structure of what we are. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Go back to that one that you're at, where the whole thing forms and then goes into the. Is beautiful. Yeah, they're the hairs on the head. It's beautiful. How the hell did you do this?
I don't know. I'm experienced, many experience in my blood.
It's beautiful. Oh, I go, yeah, that's it. But it's upside down. Yeah.
It's a mountain, plasma mountain.
Is that one cup?
No, this is experience.
No, I'm asking, is that a one cup?
Okay. I think so, yes.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful.
This is shiny.
Yeah.
It's very much many bubbles in there.
So this is frozen, yes?
Yes, it's frozen.
Yeah. Yeah. You've frozen your fields. It's beautiful. Yeah. Look, I haven't done that myself, and I should. I really, really should. Thank you so much.
This is I think I think this is my experience for the nature, and it's a little bit CO2 mixing with whatever, and it's so beautiful, the color.
CO2 mixed in with what?
With anything. It's a little bit long time here. I don't my memory. It's I cannot. It's 4 years, 3 years later. What I make it this one. I don't know what I'm doing.
Sure, it's beautiful, all of them.
Rick, you say let's time crack the glass. I have this problem. My glass crack when not is frozen. It's not
because
is frozen.
because it's because you have the top. Without top, it's ice is extending, is not breaking.
I know, but I have glasses is not frozen. It's normality and it's all broken. This gives so many power. This picture. I have more pictures. Wait a minute, second, please. I have here so. This is wonderful. Oh my God. Okay, this one. This one.
Just
It's like a
testing
joint.
Rick.
Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Just testing Rick's sound. We okay, Rick?
I can hear. I'm trying to talk if I need to.
Okay,
Okay.
just testing.
Here's our CH3. This is very beautiful. This is amazing. What is on the picture? This is another bottle. My picture on is a little bit clearer. Here is I think this is sugar gans. This is auch crazy. Field comes out from the water. You see? It's a mountain from plasma. I like it. Ah, this is the green one. This is many experience. I like the green one. The green one is cool. Yes. I don't know what is this. The shadow. White shadow. So this is finished for my pictures. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. That was interesting. Seems some people enjoyed it very much. Okay, any questions, comments? Were there any questions or comments while I was meandering around the island? I couldn't hear, and you said there were some questions or something?
Well, I said the universal body units weren't there because you must have demonstrated them flying or something. Then I was thinking you could have a children's room for, like you wouldn't even have to buy the magnets. You could play with magnets in there on a table, spherical and oblong and so on, and see the understanding of the magnet and so on, even with spheres like you were just showing, having rotating gas reactors in a different room. This is such a beautiful setup, and children are readily adapted to it because of their use of playing the other games.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when I saw the windmills, I was thinking, well, gee, that's 200-year-old technology or longer, 500-year-old technology. I said, but I guess if you put some GANs in there, in the props, we'd have something similar to what is in the store.
Yeah. In fact, you can make them look just like the ones in the store if you were clever with your design work and use the program like Blender or another 3D program to create them. In fact, you might even be able to use original files that certain toys or devices were created from and create the 3D structure that you could put inside this program. So that's another way to look at it, that as the devices and new tools get manufactured, you can actually use the programs to do the same thing in the virtual world. And you could sell virtual examples of the same products, basically. In a way, you could have, I don't know, well, the spacesuit is a great example. There's people that actually make a living in these kind of virtual worlds, just designing clothing for the virtual people. And you can actually sell your designs to others, and you make virtual currency, but it can be converted to real currency. And there are people that have actually become millionaires within the virtual world by buying and selling properties and making houses and other things that people like and are willing to pay for. So it's become, if you get into like Second Life and some of those programs, then you can you can join up with virtually any group or any genre of life that you can imagine, including all the worst kinds, basically. So it's a reflection of our culture and society, and you'll find all the the best attributes as well as the worst, depending on where you hang out, which is the same as Earth. Depends on what you see, what's in front of you, where you hang out, where you tend to go, will be the types of people you run into. And
All these
so,
games have goals. So I was thinking one of the goals of this one would be to build a spaceship so you could then go off and then have another whole interaction in the universe. But you'd have to learn the science first.
Yes, exactly. Yes. And there are actual games now that are more like worlds, off worlds, and you can visit these worlds and you can sort of claim part of that world and do terraforming of it to your delight. So you make it in your own image the way you wish, and so on and so forth. You can actually go start a whole planet and create it the way you want it. And there's various you can go on quests within these worlds, and like there's trouble on planet 8 and you have to go there and help sort out the trouble that's going on, and so on and so forth. And yes, that's a great idea, Mark, in terms of building a spaceship. And then of course you can go to space. And what does that mean? What does that look like? Well, part of it would be learning to be on the spaceship with others without, tearing each other apart. It's fine for the first 5 minutes, but what's it like after 5 hours or 5 days of hanging out with the same people and hearing the same jokes over and over or whatever? That's where we learn to be tolerant and learn to adapt and be more forgiving and all kinds of things. So it'd be fun to create a spaceship, maybe similar, a little bigger than the one that I created there. And let's see, I can't get down there.
And sure would be nice to show them that there's no war in space.
Yeah, right.
To live without.
If you're in the spaceship, you would be, it's like being in a big room that you're locked in with others, basically, for a period of time. And in case of a long spaceship, it might be a long period of time. And this is what or if you're going to, planet Mars and you happen to be the only people there, well, that's, you have to learn to get along with others very much so in that situation. So it would be good training to essentially have a spaceship, a bigger one than what we see here, perhaps, that can take many more people and go on excursions. And, what would it look like? How do you communicate in space? How do you deal with others? And how do you, what do you talk about? What are your goals? What do you do while you're out in space? You're not going to want to talk about all the things of Earth and of your past and how great your past was or how crappy your past was or whatever your past was, because you're there in the present and it's space. It's a different conditions and environment. So it could be good training in a way to for the day that we do go to space, or the day that we end up passing into another dimension, whether it's another level of where we're at now, or perhaps in our own passing when we die. We learn to how to go to the virtual world, or the world that's actually inside of us all the time.
And one of the ways they're saying, at least in the program I watched, that you're going to live in infamy, let's say, or eternally is that they're going to download the contents of your brain into a computer, and that computer will have an avatar and you'll live through that. But I'm thinking there's no soul involved. It won't be you. They're saying this is how people will live virtually or forever, by downloading your mind into a computer, but there's no soul there.
Well, is there no soul in that avatar? You see this guy standing around here, you know, it's possible to see the front too. I don't know how to do that offhand, but you know, after a while of working with an avatar and hanging out with them and so on, or her or it, then you become attached to it. And it's like that way with our body too, actually, because we become, over a period of years of inhabiting these human bodies, then we get rather attached to them, as most of us know, especially if you get injured or sick or feel like you're dying or something like that, then you start to have a pretty serious look at that attachment and what that means and the emotions that are involved and so on and so forth. So
our body, sorry, Rick, I'm sorry, I go out a little bit. Our body is not avatar for our soul. It's not only the manifestation of in matter state.
okay, and so what do you say?
No, I say it's my body is my avatar of my soul, because perhaps
Right.
I able to manifest in another dimension, another place, in another body.
Right, and
And
from
like
the soul's point of view, it's basically an avatar, and the soul probably thinks that the body doesn't have a soul. It's just a body to inhabit, you know, perhaps. But the body thinks, I am a soul. It's the soul of, you know, this body is me. And then the actual soul says, hello, knock, knock, hello. You are not the only one in town. Yeah, so it's a matter of identification and detachment and figuring out who's who in that realm. So our avatar, in this case, this guy running around inside here, in a way, I am directing where he goes in 3D space and what he's looking at and his activities and so on. And it's sort of like the soul has a say in the overall direction of us, you could say. But this guy still has his own things that he does that I don't necessarily directly control. You can put him into dance mode and he'll dance and by himself, basically. Or he can go into a airplane or some other car or whatever inside this world and drive around and so on. And in a way, when I leave, if I were just to go right now and go to the bathroom or something, he's still there. The environment's still there. The flag's still flapping. He's still moving. And even when I shut down this program, in a way, that avatar still has its life. It still has it's got its own soul. It's got its own center. It's got its own. It's part of the creation. This whole virtual world here is part of a creation. You could have a virtual world that's the exact replica of any city of the world. In fact, that's what certain agencies have been focusing on for well, decades basically. They replicate the entire planet in 3D virtual space. The whole planet down to the nearest square centimeter. And that's why they need extremely large and powerful supercomputers to do that. Because even just to model a scene like this takes quite a bit of computer horsepower. But you can imagine modeling an entire world, the world of planet Earth, and even just doing a city is quite an accomplishment. It's a real chore. It's a lot of work to model a city. But now we have, with the advantage of cameras everywhere and people actually doing the modeling of various buildings, you know, New York's been modeled many times over, and they know where the buildings are, and you can download a three-dimensional, you know, program that'll have all the buildings of New York, and you could visit them and so on and so forth. So this is part of this matching up of the virtual world and the so-called real world. And I say so-called because we have to remember there are some cultures, and some of them are extremely advanced, that believe that the what we call the sleeping state or the dream state is the real world, and that what we would normally call the real world are supposedly solid stuff around us when we're awake and moving around in the daytime, what we call our reality. They would say that that is the dream world, that is the illusion. The real world is when you are inside yourself and in that dream state or some other state of actual connecting with our inner self, which does make sense. It's the talk about the soul all the time. It's the connection with the soul that's important, not the connection with the physicality necessarily. We're already connected with the physicality, but we think it's the only game in town. We think it's so real, so solid, so immediate, and yet we have this other part of ourselves that seems to come out to play at night more than the daytime. And as Mr. Keshe has indicated, when we go horizontal and we're able to have our defenses, our normal physicality, behavior, and all of the thoughts and feelings and all of the things that we're so busy with during our busy days, it basically overwhelms the presence of the soul and waits till all that settles down and comes out at night to play. And sometimes we may remember those play times and have some control over them, and maybe sometimes we don't. Yeah, so anyway.
So if, in other words, if the matter state is an illusion and you're copying an avatar with buildings and people, is this an illusion on top of an illusion?
Well, if I'm a creator and I'm creating from my soul, then where's the illusion part of it? So, I mean, the same as in this reality, and what we call this reality, our ordinary vision, let's say, we can either be susceptible to it and reacting to our environment, and always in a state of reaction where we're always responding, reacting, you know, problem reaction kind of situation. Or there's an option to be a creator and actually create the environment as you go and be an actual creator. That's kind of goes along with the title of creator. That's what creator does, is create creator is not the destroyer. The creator is not the maintainer. The creator is the creator. And the same as in this game, at any moment, I can be a creator. I can click on this object. I can go edit, and then I can expand it and move it and rotate it and create it and add things to it and create my own world. If I want to make a bigger spaceship, I can do it right now in this moment. If I know how, if I have the knowledge and the skills and have some practice doing it, then you know, that's part of the same as in life. We all have the option at every moment to be a true creator, but not many of us take that up and really, you know, go with it 100%. It's not an easy thing to be in that position. It requires you to be creating, like, and creating and creating and creating. It's not just you create something and that's it. And I create a little spaceship and that's it. It's gone. It's once I've created this spaceship, then I become obligated to that creation in a way. And it's my part of my soul goes into that. And if I just ignore it and forget about it, it's kind of like leaving your clothes somewhere, or, you know, leaving your underwear on the floor or something instead of picking it up and putting it in the dirty underwear place. It's once you create something like that, then you have to either maintain it or keep creating and working with it, or destroy it, or it ends up becoming forgotten and lost, and it's basically part of your soul and part of your attention that gets put away and forgotten about. And that's not a very good way to treat a new creation. How would you like to create a child and then just forget about them, put them in the closet, and you don't want to have anything to do with them for the next 20 years? That's not the true way of a creator. When you create something, you usually have care for it, and you want to interact with it. You want to, continue creating with it and showing its beauty to others and having them interact and create and make their own creations inspired by your creations, and you get inspired by their creations. And suddenly everybody's creating and all these wonderful objects and items of manifestation. It's manifesting your dreams, essentially. It's, if you can think of a better looking spaceship, then go for it. Just get in there and learn the very simple basic tools of how to manipulate three-dimensional space and create a better spaceship, and go, look at mine, isn't that cool? I created the different curves here and there and added this and that, and it flies really good, and it just feels right to me and feels like it's the proper spaceship. What do you think? Oh, I think it feels good too. Let's go for a spin to see how it performs in space and see what that's like. So, I mean, it gives an opportunity to experience almost the same thing that we would experience in real, so-called real life. So if we can actually have an emotional connection, both, if there were other people in this scenario right now, and we would be interacting and, having chat or having a simple soul connection, just being there in the space. That is a one interaction. Then we have the interaction with the objects of the space, the buildings, the way we've got an image of water that's moving. We've got the sky with clouds that actually move. The sun goes up and down. The moon comes out. There's the moon actually casts shadows on the ground and so on. All the physics and all the settings are like real life, very much so. And they conform to our input very much like real life. So that way you can set up scenarios like the one of a group, what if you had half a dozen people from the Reactor group or some other, knowledge seekers, and decided to go spend an hour or two in an afternoon and get together in a spaceship that's got little seats in it and everything, and your avatar sits down, and maybe you can get up and wander around if you want to, go to the bathroom or something. And basically, for that time period, you agree to be with these other people, go on this little voyage, and really behave as if you're going to space, because that is what, in effect, you're doing. You're going to space without the spaceship, except there is a spaceship, except it isn't really a spaceship. So you're going to space with a spaceship or without a spaceship in this case. Not sure. But it would be definitely an emotional event in terms of this interaction with others. Once you're, if you agree to go into a room with 6 other people and are, basically you lock the door and throw away the key for 2 hours, and you're stuck there with these other people, and basically it's probably going to be a good experience because you've chosen to do so and not, been subjected to it. You're not in a prison cell, but you're in a self-imposed contained space. And in that contained space, that's where things can happen under a little bit of heat and pressure and interactions, and bingo, you might have some sort of very favorable uplifting experience. So this is what I'm projecting and wishing for. I think we're going to find more and more of the virtual worlds being investigated by people, especially with this COVID thing happening. It's opened up a lot of the virtual worlds. So again, if you're a creator and creating worlds, are you going to create guns for people so that they can shoot each other in these games and be part of the war machine structure to run around and shoot things, which is most of the
No, not gun.
the games today. That's the way they go, basically.
Not gun like a weapon. Guns like a cerebro.
Guns. So you have different abilities to spread joy rather than spread bullets, let's say.
I cried with the tears because I see in the chat, no? I want to make the guns of brain. And I thinking when Mr. Keshe saying, if you want to nanocode to your computer, what you're doing? You keep the laptop and making the washing with soda, with the caustic, because you needed to have the material and nanomaterial. I have the brain. It needs someone to to cook my brain in different layer.
To cook the brain, well, radiation will do that. The direct radiation waves from the central source, it's a good way to fry the brain. So all you have to do is go to where the creator is, and bingo, you don't have to worry about the brain anymore. But but that's the fast path, and that's kind of a radical. I don't think you want to go there that quick. But Mr. Keshe talks about the layers around the brain as the emotional layering, and that there you can work your way through that emotional layering, getting closer to the source, or you can take the fast path and go direct.
Slow way, making with a cow stick in my head, or a different emotion to create a field. And when I have the field, I have this mayonnaise in my head, called brain. With ketchup, mayonnaise, ketchup.
What's that word again?
Because I said mayonnaise, no? In the brain, you have different layer, different free. It's white, not white tissue. In the water, it's like a mayonnaise. You have the fat, like amino acid. Fat in the water, you create the mayonnaise. And after I say ketchup.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
I handle, but my phone is not handle. It's empty. It's depleted of energy. Perhaps is needed to recharge. Not me, my telephone. Go to sleep. Go to wake up.
Somebody's desktop is on the computer here.
Oh, might be mine. I'm trying to reshare here, but it's giving me a hard time, and I've lost my thing and can't find that and this. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Well, maybe it's time to kind of wrap things up here. Unless someone has something they'd like to show for show and tell.
Yesterday, I forget asking what's happened with the testimonials, because you mentioned your workshop and Mr. Keshe, it's open. The others, it's entered from today in the vacation. And the testimonial, what's happened with?
Gee, that's a good question. I think that the testimonials will still be going on. That'll be, let me see what the date will be. August 10th, be Monday, August 10th. I'll have to double check on that, but I think that the testimonials will be happening. That was part of the regular public teaching, so. Watch for the announcements, I guess. I'll check with management on that. So we have the Knowledge Seekers Workshop coming up on Thursday at 9 a.m. Central European Time, as usual. And perhaps there's something that we can carry over. It'd be nice if we could actually formulate a question for Mr. Keshe from these plasma reactor group meetings. You know, if we could actually come up with some sort of rational question that we could ask them, that if we get stuck on something or we need some additional knowledge.
I've got one, my fine feathered friend.
All right.
Righto. So he's always said that if you use a non-carbon coating, that it's okay. So
Okay, for
what I
what?
believe, okay, go ahead.
Okay, for what? What do you mean?
No,
Non-carbon
no,
coating?
the non, okay, you got to go back through the teachings, but the non, he says that the non-carbon coating is able to be used. So what I believe, and this is the end of my teaching, which essentially means there is no end, but the non-carbon process is simply, wait for it, think surfboards.
Is what?
Surfboards.
Surfboards.
Yeah. What do you make surfboards with?
Graphene.
No, no. Think about it.
Fiberglass.
And what is the resin? It's,
Is it silica?
no, it's non-carbon. So think about what I just said to you, and I will allow you to just think, because it's the non-carbon part of the process of protecting your plates so that they never degrade, so that you can make a forever cup, only lies in the non-carbon process. Yes. Think about just what I just said. Love you guys.
You know, love us and leave us, are you? After that big one. Okay. Thanks, Brett. Non-carbon coating.
I thought he was referring to nano coating, saying not to use nano coating.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But now
I think he's was alluding to protecting a nano coating.
Yeah.
By coating it with a resin or a clear protective shield of some sort.
Mm-hmm. Well, something to think about. If you could make something that keeps the zinc plate from deteriorating, that would be a major accomplishment. So if the zinc didn't deteriorate, but you're still getting zinc oxide GANs, that would be an interesting situation.
Did Mario and Shin, did they have their interaction? Did Mario ever find what he was looking for?
Did you guys find each other?
Well, I think he found me on Telegram, so. But I mean, I think he just made a virtual spaceship reactor and had some interesting things he showed a couple of weeks ago. I'll go back and check. So.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. All right, anything else anybody would like to bring up? Shall we call it a day or a night? I think so. We've got 5 hours in. That should be adequate to get your brain pondering and your presence present and your physicality calm down enough. In any case,
Nice tour of the universe this evening, Rick. Thank you.
Yeah, another run around the universe, for better or for worse. Take what you need and leave the rest. Thank you, Mark, for your co-hosting help today. And thanks everyone for your interactions and general good vibes here for the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group for Wednesday, July 29th, 2020. Like I say, look forward to the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday. I think Mr. Keshe will have a number of announcements. There's a lot of action happening in Iran right now with the Keshe Foundation and apparently some very big changes right around the corner. So we look forward to change. Change is good. And big changes are even better. Bring it on, I say. Okay, thanks everyone. And see you next week for the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group as usual. And we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace as well on Tuesday. And what else? Private teachings are off until September, so have a break on that. There are some language teachings still going on in private and public domain, I believe. So tune in to what you wish and have fun with it. Talk to you all later. Bye for now.